All right, guys. Today we got PPI inflation data coming out. The other side of the inflation coin that we covered yesterday with CPI. Whew, I'm awake mm, somehow. Market's still somewhat down, but gapping up a little bit in pre-market. All right, we're up. What's up, DS, Matev, Mimi, Game, Dan, Crypto? Good morning, guys. Uh, we're awake. All right, we're gonna get some music playing in a second. Just bear with me. Let me see what we can find here. So yeah, you can see Apple gapping up today. Market's gapping up a little bit. All right, team. All right, let me see if I can edit this. All right, guys. So yeah, PPI today. What's up, Beach Bum, Leslie, White Chocolate, Ernest. Uh, all right, guys. So yeah, you can see Tesla gapping up, Apple gapping up, SPY gapping up today. We're back up to 408s. We're actually pretty flat relative to this release here. Like we're slightly down, but it's not like a huge drop or anything of that sorts. You know what I mean? Like so we're slightly down, but it's not like a crazy drop or anything. So we're down a little bit. Uh we'll see what happens here, you know. All right. Let me get the music playing here. Hold on, let me fix this. There you go. Let me know if you can hear that. PPI generally impacts markets. Not quite as big as CPI, but still pretty solid. Like it's still a pretty big impact in all honesty. So like it'll impact stuff. Just how much we don't know, but it'll generally impact stuff. Uh, So yeah, Apple pop it up, Tesla pop it up, SPY pop it up. What's I go? Oh yeah. Let's see. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember how I logged in and figured this out before. But anyways, SPY pull it back a little bit. We might buy up something. I don't know. It just depends on what we get from this PPI report. And then tomorrow we have retail sales. So we got a lot of stuff happening, to be honest here. So it'll let me log in with this now. All right, guys, bear with me. Let's try that one. No. Okay. Let's try that one. No. Okay. Let's try that one. All right, team. So again, we're gonna do a poll real quick to see what you guys all think about what's going on here. So again, let me know if you're bullish or bearish. We're gonna get a timer going like we always do as well here. Let me get the timer going. Let me get the poll going. Make sure bearish. We're gonna get a timer going like we always. Whoa. Yeah, sorry guys. Okay, we're monetized. We're all good there. Let's make sure this thing goes. PPI time. Yeah, so PPI is the other side of the inflationary token. PPI is expected to show up, and we'll put this up on screen here. PPI is expected to show up on a month-over-month basis at 0.1% month-over-month. On the yearly basis, it's expected to show up at 3%. Last time was 4.6%. So 0.1% is what they're expecting. Last time, and this is an interesting thing to understand about it, is that last time they expected 0.1% and it showed up at minus 0.1%. So noticeably lower than expected on a monthly basis, and the market went down. So it made no sense at all last time. Absolutely no sense. You know, and so yeah, absolutely no sense. And we still don't know what the heck, is going on there, or why it did that or anything like that. And we got Apple, which is influencing the market a little bit. You see the SPY pullback. I might buy a little bit up of this when I can. We might try. So we might buy up a little bit of this if we're able to. And we still got a couple minutes before market actually opens, so we still got some time. How did I use this before? I'm gonna have to check my history. I feel like I used this. Let me see. All right, guys. So looking at our chat, where's the countdown timer, bro? I got you guys. Hold on, let me do this. We're also gonna do a Twitter poll as well. Sorry, I'm trying to log into something else, but it doesn't look like it's working. We got a couple hours. We got about 2 hours and 5 minutes. The time starts about 2 hours and 5 minutes until today. We have jobless claims numbers. So just to put it all into perspective here, we have PPI expected to show up at 0.1%. Core PPI is expected to show up at 0.3%. Jobless claims numbers, which are relevant as well, expected to show up at 232K for jobless claims. So yeah, we basically have a pretty large release here. Right at 8:30. And then tomorrow we have retail sales data, which is very important data as well. So tomorrow we got retail sales and then bank earnings. So just a volatile couple days. And y'all can hear the music, correct? You should be able to. Did we do our poll here? Do you think PPI will come in higher or lower than expected? Higher, lower. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Tony. All good, Rico. I don't know what we're going to do with crypto today. Sorry to hear that, Tony. Yes, South Florida, brother. You in Miami? Yeah, I don't know how the market's going to react to the PPI report. It's inflation data, so, we'll have to see. I really don't know what the market's going to do there. Yeah, all good. Looking back on previous drops, when PPI goes down, seems like crypto goes down as well. I don't know. I mean, PPI is inflationary data. The interesting thing is that last time we got this, the market did lower than expected data and pushed up. So it's kind of odd, to be honest. So like last time we did noticeably better inflation data than before, and the market went down. Again, last time better than expected data, market went down. So I really don't know what's going on there. I'm hoping lower data because lower data means lower inflation problems, but I really don't know here, man. I can only hope the data's good. But expectations are for on a monthly basis, which is the more important PPI release. On a monthly basis, we're expecting everything to show up at 0.1%. Core PPI, so PPI excluding food, energy, and transport, is expected to show up at 0.1% as well. So then on the year, it's expected to show up at 3%. Jobless claims expected to show up at 232. Core PPI, which is a little bit less relevant of a inflationary gauge, but still somewhat important, expected to show up at 0.3. So that is the data right now. I don't think we have any earnings here, do we? Oh, wait, we got Delta earnings. We got Delta Airlines Progressive earnings this morning. Delta's dropping in about 2 minutes. Let's see when Delta Airlines shows up to see what happens with airline stocks specifically here. Here's Delta right here. So they're supposed to drop earnings in about 2 minutes. And then we also have Progressive at 6:15. We've got Fast at 6:50. Nothing really important in the evening, but we do have earnings this morning. And Unity Bank Corp this morning as well. Should already be out, but Delta earnings do drop again in about a minute or so, maybe 30 seconds. So that'll be interesting to see what we get for that as well. Let me know what you guys think. Expectations right now for Delta are for 29-cent profit EPS on 12.05 billion in revenue and sales. So again, we'll see what that shows up as. It's supposed to come out in about 20 seconds. So patiently waiting to see what shows up. Lower better, yes. But we never know the reaction, but conventionally lower is better. It just means lower pricing, which is better for inflation and stuff. So, like conventionally lower is better, but like we really have no idea what we're going to get show up here. All right, guys, look at Delta. So Delta out with their earnings right now. Delta showed EPS of 25 cents, which I believe is neutral. Let me see. Slightly lower than expected Delta earnings here for EPS. 25 cents versus 29 cents expected. Revenue of 12.8 billion on 12.05 billion. So better than expected revenue, slightly worse than expected EPS, and they are gapping up slightly from this report. But yeah. Gapping up slightly from this report, and again, we'll see if the gap ups continue. All right, big pop up here. $34.50 for Delta. Tesla at 181.50s here. SPY at 408s. I wonder how if all bank earnings will affect crypto. Well, it'll certainly impact them a little bit here. Like the reality of it is, it'll all affect crypto because crypto has been following the market pretty closely here. If you look at Bitcoin, uh, you look at all these different niches of stuff. They're generally following each other. You look at gold. Gold looks a lot like the SPY and stuff like that. So the only thing that's not following is the dollar index, but everything else is similar. Yeah, I mean AAL's following DAL's earnings. DAL just had earnings. AAL might be moving a little bit on that sympathy, but I don't think AAL had earnings. It was just Delta. So sympathy for earnings and stuff is all this is. Twitter to let users trade stocks in. Ryan Cohen made the post yesterday, and we can ask who we're talking about. But Ryan Cohen said, quote, on Twitter. This is what he said. He said, quote, I just got off the phone with what was once a great American brand. Lots of problems, no accountability for high paid executives, and little interest in my help at no costs. This could get interesting. Who is he talking about? Is he talking about AMC? Is he talking about Bed Bath and Beyond? I think it's the only two that it could potentially be here. Could be GameStop, I guess. All right, guys, we're going to do a poll here as well. All right, guys. So Delta reacted pretty positively to the earnings report coming out. American Airline broke earnings as well, or broke over those highs too. No, never. It's just too foreign for me. What I mean by that, beautiful, is that it would take me too long to learn a completely different market. Realistically, man, I have my hands full doing the U.S. market, brother. Transitioning to trading the U.S. market as well as other markets would just be very difficult because I would run out of time, unfortunately. I've heard good things, so I've heard good things. But, again, it's just I don't really have time to. Okay, interesting. Yeah. So it follows the Dow. So like if the Dow tanks, you could just short the market, or if the Dow rips up, you could just long that market and get a little bit of pairs lag, is what you're meaning. If PPI comes in higher than expected, market dump, probably, but we don't know for sure. Last time we came in lower than expected, market dumped, so we don't really know. One thing you'll learn is that we just don't know what the market's going to do here. So recessionary. I did not understand what the market's done yesterday. Well, the market's coming up a little bit now, but it dipped a little bit after the Fed minutes report as well as the CPI report. Again, I think you got to understand the market was pretty high leading up to all this. I think there's a little bit of lag behind it all. And so I think if you look at like a daily chart, market's been pushing up a lot. I mean, 412s is a pretty optimistic level for the market. And so I think once we had CPI come out, a lot of people that rode the market up over the last couple of days just decided to start taking profit is most likely what it was. And that's all, that's my guess. And then the Fed minutes report had a lot of stuff about like inflation and recession fears and stuff like that. And then that just kind of dragged the market back down. That's what I think happened. But who knows? Yeah, I don't know if the minutes report was positive, but yeah, if anything, the dollar index, if we put the dollar index up here, so we'll get Delta out the way. Delta Airlines are moving up right now. AMC still gapping up a little bit. But if we put up like the dollar index here, let's take a look at like what it's done from all this report. So it's basically fallen down some, which isn't necessarily a bad thing right now. I mean, people acting like the dollar's going to fail don't really look at a daily chart very much, in my opinion, because we're still green on the year on the dollar index. Like, to be completely honest, it's really funny because the reality of it is the dollar has pumped up a lot like over the past year, and it just needed to correct. It was up too much. Inflation was out of control, so the dollar was ramping up. Once we started to get the inflation a little bit better under control, and it's still not there yet, of course, but once we started to get that a little bit better, that's when you start to see the contraction in the Dixie and the dollar index. That is ultimately kind of what happened here, is that the dollar pumped up so much over the last year that it needed to pull back some, in all honesty. Like, that's not a bad thing. Inflation was so high, and we have seen some positive signs regarding inflation, including the CPI report yesterday, but like the dollar had just pumped up way too much. We're still at 2022 levels here. So it's not like the dollar is at some catastrophic low, that's just, you know what I mean? Like, that's just sensationalism. The reality of it is the dollar is still over a lot of the areas from the last few years and holding over those levels. And even if we do fall more with the dollar, a lot of people think we've been unreasonably high anyway. So all right, guys. All right, yeah. So Dixie bounced back up. SPY still green on the day at about 408.50. We can look at Tesla here. Yeah, I mean, people can say whatever they want. I think the Fed even said, like, if we do a recession, it's going to be mild, you know? So, I mean, I wouldn't just panic yet. I think a lot of people have been betting on a crash for the last couple of years, and they're just kind of wanting to be right. So they just kind of keep saying a crash is going to happen, and they're overestimating the likelihood of it happening. And again, we'll see what happens. All right, team. So again, guys, we got some time to see what happens to the market, see if the market moves, you know. We got PPI coming out, which is a very relevant metric. It's the producer price index because there's two sides to the inflationary coin. There is buyer inflation and seller inflation. Right now, today, what we're looking at is seller inflation. So producer price index. And yeah, we're going to create something here. And then jobless claims also come out, which will influence the market as well. All right. This up so we can see it. Looking at the chat. Hey, what's up, Saj? I see. Thanks, guys. But I just taught for a while now that the fact that some people think the market is searching for their stop losses to grab their $20 account doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, an efficient market is an unpredictable market. That's the thing they have to understand. And so some people just lose and it's hard to be accountable in that regard to themselves. So they just kind of blame shadowy figures, you know. One of the posts that I did on Twitter that got a lot of hype recently was a post that said, truth, every failed penny stock is not caused by some shadowy figure looking to hold the working man down. Sometimes they're just terrible companies, you know, and that's just the reality of it. And that's something that people need to understand. Like I'm starting to see like every shady penny stock that's just horrible, that's got a terrible yearly chart, has this huge community of traders who are just like, one day, guys, like they are like Lord of the Rings, like one day, you know, and it's just, it's silly when you look at it objectively. It's just kind of like, bro, these stocks are terribly obscure. Their CEOs do not care about most of these traders, bro. Most of them do not care about anything but getting rich, and they're just losing big money, and so they're desperate to keep everybody interested in their terrible penny stock. And it's just kind of an interesting nuance of the market, that you see. There's a lot of examples. I never really mention individual stocks, but there's been a bunch of them over the last couple of years. BBIG, CEI. There's just a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, he should know you shouldn't say the same thing over and over again. That's childish, man. Um, PPI wants to be lower crypto because it's inflationary data. So, like, lower is better, higher is worse. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Let me pull up Discord. Yeah, sorry for putting you in timeout, Rock, but yeah, you can't say the same thing 15 times and just spam the chat. Um, it's all good, but this whole year will be volatile with geopolitics and economic. Yeah. I think economic reports are like this. Good news is good news, bad news is bad news. Not like before, if the unemployment came in higher than expected, it's going to dump the market. Well, but yeah, so do you think higher pricing is good? All right, guys. So again, market is down a little bit. I can't really trade anything until the next 10 minutes or so. Oh, Chris Moneymaker saying he got colluded against in a PLO game. No, never been to Morocco. 191 yesterday. Yeah. We'll see, guys. Again, vote of the poll. We're going to do a Twitter poll as well here, team. All right, PPI inflation data drops. All right, so bounce, fade, neutral be the options. We'll make this 5 hours. Yeah, so All right, guys, do me a favor. Everybody do me a favor right now. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. We certainly appreciate it. Hit the like button. Hit the notification bell. Run those numbers up, team, if you haven't already, guys. We certainly appreciate it. And, yeah, run those numbers up if you haven't yet. Help the growth continue here, team. Again, market's pretty flat. Fell down yesterday a lot at the end of the day. You can see towards the end of the day. So again, we might buy up a little bit if we can. Hit the like button. Run the like count up, team. All right, thank you, team. Can you explain the payout system? It types up what your funding you already made, the 5,000. Yeah, you can withdraw after a certain amount of green days. And you can withdraw your first 5,000 with no split. All right, guys, PPI data. Big day, honestly, a big day for data releases here. And again, hit the like button. Let's bump the number up. Let's try to hit over 100 likes if we can before 7 in the morning. We got 73. We can do better, guys. Everybody right now, we got about 300 people here. Hit the like button. Do it now. You know you want to. Try one time, see how it feels. It might feel good. Market's coming out today. Again, we get thousands of people tuning in for these streams because we cover the data very fast here, team, very quickly. And so if you haven't already, hit the notification bell. Hit the subscribe button. Bump these numbers up. These are rookie numbers, okay? Rookie numbers. Bump those numbers up. I appreciate it. Vote on the poll here. We did a Twitter poll. We also did a YouTube poll right now. 55% think the market or think PPI data is going to come in higher than expected. 55% of people think the market's going to come in higher than expected. I believe in miracles. Last time, again, PPI data is expected to show up. And we'll put this up on screen. PPI is expected to show at 0.1%. 0.1%. Jobless claims are expected to show up at I believe it was 268,000. Let me make sure. So yeah, jobless claims are expected at 232. 232,000 for jobless claims. Put this up on screen so you can see the expectational numbers too. What's up, Chris? Good morning. Good morning. Hey, what's up, Lucky? Again, we'll see if the market goes up or down from this. We did a Twitter poll here. Hit the notification bell. Astros won, didn't they? They better. Yeah, what's up, CT? Anton. Yeah, we don't know, but again, we'll try to buy up some stuff. I might buy a little dip ahead of this report, so like we can trade in a couple minutes. And again, I might buy a little dip ahead of this report, but we'll see. Again, you can kind of see the Tesla chart right here at 186. Get the spot down there. We'll put this up right here so we can see it. So that I think that's a good spot for it right there. But yeah, SPY pull it back. Again, I might buy up a little bit in futures here if we can. What's up, CT? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to get in that regard there. So again, if you last time it was actually interesting. So last time we expected 0.1%. We ended up coming in at minus 0.1% last time, and the market still dropped. If we look back at the SPY, when that happened here. So let's find this. Let me put up the chart. I'll put up a 90-day chart. If we look back here, the last PPI report, I'll have to check when it was, but it was right around now. Might have been here. No, let me see. So the last PPI report, if you guys know the date, let me know. Let me look up when the last PPI report is. I had it up here. Let me find it again. All right, so the last report. See, I cover so many, I got to find the exact last one. There it is. So the last PPI report came out, and show me the date. Not 4 weeks ago. I want to know the actual date. March 15th was when the last report showed up. So March 15th. Chat probably already answered me, in all honesty, but that's okay. March 15th. So last report showed up here. And yeah, look, you can see, so like PPI data came out. PPI report came out here. And so you can see last PPI report showed up right here. And the market fell. You know, here's 8:30 market time, and the market dumped. It ended up rebounding back up though, and did rebound for the rest of the day. So like we had a little bit of a delayed response. So, you know, and I think we were down a lot from that prior to the PPI coming out last time. And so yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in that regard today with PPI coming out. You know, it'll be really interesting to see what happens there. Bank earnings are tomorrow morning for most of them. Yeah. So tomorrow we do have a lot of bank earnings coming out. So tomorrow, team, we have got a lot of bank earnings. We've specifically got, I thought we had JP Morgan, bro. Did JP Morgan switch it up? Okay, so JP Morgan isn't confirmed for tomorrow, but tomorrow we're supposed to have JP Morgan, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, BLK, PNC Financial. We're going to go ahead and buy up this dip too, if we can. All right, we got 50 shares, 75 shares. We'll take 75 shares. It's a little bit early of a trade, but I like the dip. We're over the previous closing price. I think we got some room to bounce. So we're going to buy the dip. American Airlines just pulled back. We did have Delta come out with their earnings this morning as well. Again, vote on our Twitter poll right now. Right now, a large majority of people think the market's going to bounce on Twitter. Out of almost all the votes, most people think we're going to bounce. It's at Beginner Trades. Give your boy a follow. At Beginner Trades. If you haven't seen it already, hit the follow button. At Beginner Trades. Thank you. All right, guys. So again, we bought a little bit of a dip. We got 75 shares at the SPY. I don't mind taking a little bit larger trades. I'm trying to scale up the size I take on. Yeah, I like United Airlines. If I had to pick an airline to invest money in, I'd probably pick UAL over Delta. But you know, everybody's different. I guess it's all good. Hey, what's up, David? Yeah, give your boy a follow. There's the link right there. And yeah, guys, big day today. Fun day. We'll see if we can get anything good. SPY up there. We can put like, should I put like, would y'all rather a SPY daily chart? I think I should put like the Q up here. Q's a little bit more tech heavy. So if you want to see what tech's doing, you can kind of look at the Q. And again, the market might be a little bit quiet leading up to this report just because, you know, it is a pretty big release and traders are going to understand how much this might move markets in that way, you know, so just be careful, guys. Again, it's ironic though, because I've actually talked to a long time ago. I used to manage United Airlines employee benefits as a job. And bro, I talked to so many just rude people. You know what I mean? Like, bro, there's something about airline pilots, man, that just make them, I don't know. Again, and I like pilots. Pilots are cool. I always kind of wanted to be a pilot. But like, dude, I would talk to some of these pilots, bro, and like they would get angry if I didn't call them captain. You know, like I'm from the South, so like I call people sir a lot, and I call them captain initially. But like sometimes I'd be like, yes, sir, you know, or no, sir, or whatever it is, and they would say, no, yes, captain, and I was just be like, bro, get your pompous self out of here, man. Like, don't nobody care about you being a captain. Like, what are you, Jack Sparrow? Like, get out of here, man. And like, I just remember getting, you know, I hated it. I mean, they loved me. I mean, how can you not love me? But like, I just remember sitting there thinking, man, imagine getting upset that a person managing your benefits doesn't call you captain. You know, ridiculous. Anyways, SPY bounced it up a little bit. We're slightly red in this, but not super red. We'll see if we bounce up some more. I traded the NASDAQ a little bit, Aaron. I trade a little bit of everything. Euro, US dollar, buy or sell. Don't know. We'll have to watch the dollar index. Depends on what the data shows up as. So nobody knows. Right now, we're pretty neutral. Yeah, definitely top 3 captains in the world right now for sure. Starting to get a little bit of a pop back up in the market here. And again, hopefully we hold. What do you think about the NASDAQ? I don't know, man. I watched the NQ. Right now, we honestly have had a pretty choppy day. We've gone up and down, up and down. NASDAQ hitting 13K, back down to, 1290s. And I don't know. We'll see. Man, my pre-market dip buys have not been going well. They didn't go well yesterday. They might not be going well today. Hopefully they do, but it's all love here anyway. It doesn't matter too much. Doctors are the same. Well, like doctors, I don't know. Like I'm okay with calling somebody captain. You know, if they want me to call them captain, I'll call them captain if I'm working for them. But like if I forget to call you captain, it takes another level of like pompous, neurotic behavior to like get mad at somebody for not calling you captain. You know what I mean? Like that's the only way I can really look at it is like, okay. Like I'll call you captain, but if I forget to say it, you better not get mad at me for it because that's just freaking unreasonable. I am from, and yeah, I'm from Louisiana. Saints ain't been doing that great this year, but go Tigers, you know. All right, we'll see if the market bounces. What's up, Brian? Credit Suisse Doge. All right, so again, we're in the SPY here. 75 shares of the SPY currently. Let's see if we bounce here. I'm going to give it time. Tesla moving back up over the volume weighted average price. I just don't want to get stuck in chop. We get stuck in chop, I'll just sell it. You watch soccer? Nah. No offense to soccer watchers. I'm just not a soccer guy. I'm more baseball, football. All right, so did anybody win the Berkey versus Nick airball match? All right. All right, team. So we are getting that bounce up at the SPY. Look at Tesla rip up here. This should be good for me. Okay, we're finally flat here. Tesla starting to pop up to 182s. Hopefully that doesn't reject it here. We got the Q moving as a little bit as well. We're going to put up some moving averages here too. I like putting up the volume weighted and the 200 EMA. You know, hopefully we don't reject at these levels here. Look at Tesla pop. What's Apple? I think Apple's gapping up today too, right? Apple is up to 160.70s right now. So Apple gapping up some. Microsoft. Again, I think everybody basically looks at Microsoft and just extended it at this point in time. It's just up so much already that like. All right, so again, Tesla broke 182. It's now dipping down some. Is it from being from Louisiana when you say "dad it" instead of "doesn't"? Give me an example of when I said that. I don't even remember me saying that. I mean, Louisiana is very slang heavy. Um, the most similar accents, it could be like a Jersey accent is very similar, or a New York accent almost. It's just a little bit different, but the slang is there. It's just slang heavy. You know, especially when I start talking fast, or speaking fast, I should say, if people are going to criticize me for it. He didn't do that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know if I have an accent. I mean, I know I have a little bit of one. I'm from Baton Rouge. I'm from like an hour away from New Orleans. And so, if there is an accent that comes out, that's it. I think I've been speaking on stream long enough to let it diminish a little bit, though. Yeah, LSU doing great this year for baseball. All right, guys. So again, we're in the SPY. Tesla ripping up should help our SPY trade. Again, we're slightly green here. We'll give it some time. Let it work a little bit. What's up, Fendi? Bro, I spotted that the second I hear your voice. Yeah, it's all good, man. Like I said, I get it. I'm okay with it. I know, like, if we're going into how I speak, I'll say a lot, which is very much like a New Orleans thing, or like a Southern thing, a Cajun thing almost. if you hear like Theo Vaughn, speak, he does it too. He's from where my grandmother's from, so a little bit similar of a accent, I would say. But yeah, Tesla's still ripping up. I'm in the SPY right now. Slightly green. We got 75 shares of this. We're over the 200 EMA, and I'd love for this to continue breaking over the 200 EMA. I don't know if I'm going to take profit yet. I think I could. I think it might be a little bit too early in that regard too. Yeah, all good, Christy. No worries. You could be a golf announcer. Hey, what a compliment there. Definitely top 3 golf announcers in the world right now. SPY starting to bounce back here. I don't understand this. So the candle went higher, but somehow my P&L went down. I don't know what that means, but hey. Yeah, Treasury 10-year. Yeah, they think 10-year. I've heard from a few different sources, and I got a friend that is in mortgages, and he thinks that they're going to raise rates more, and that interest rates right now, the 30-year average is like 7%, just ridiculous for mortgages right now. But he thinks they're going to go higher. He thinks the 10-year is going to rise. And that they're going to go higher. If you don't know what that is, we're going to go ahead and take a little bit off now since we can lock in a little bit of profit here. Cut this last one too. All right, and then we got 25 shares left. So basically, your voice would fit in a podcast. Hey, I appreciate it. But basically, if you don't know what 10-year means, right? 10-year is not technically. It's a note. So 10 years. So 10 years is the maximum for a note. So the 10-year note, what it is like investors will loan the U.S. government money. Okay, just to put this into perspective, so people understand what it really is. Investors will loan the U.S. government money, and they will pay. Because they're loaning the government money. Every 6 months, they'll earn interest on the money they're loaning them. And a 10-year note means that it takes 10 years for maturity, which means that they're going to get paid back in 10 years, basically. When it's time to pay them back, it's called maturity. But they're earning interest every 6 months from the money that they're loaning the government, if that makes sense. Okay. And so when people say 10 years are rising, that means investors are more skeptical in the overall economy because they're going to be demanding higher prices for that service because they are less confident that the market's going to do whatever. So that's what it means. It means they're less skeptical, or they're more skeptical with inflation, because it basically means that they're going to demand higher prices from that because of inflation woes and fears. That's basically the nuance of it. Market's still pushing up a little bit here. We're green now. We'll take a little bit more off, just lock in some more here. But yeah, when you hear somebody say 10-year note, that's what it means. PPI is today. So PPI inflation data is this morning, which is a very relevant release. Like PPI inflation data is huge, very relevant. Again, in terms of the inflationary coin, and we bought the dip. I was waiting for the market to open so I could buy the dip, and it looks like it worked out for me here. So yeah, we bought the dip. We basically scaled out of most of the position. We're hitting the VWAP right now. But mortgages are super high right now too. They're at 7%. Just to put it into perspective, last year, the average price for a 30-year mortgage was like around 5%. The year before that, I believe it was like 3 something. And so at this point in time, mortgages are incredibly expensive, which what does that mean, right? What does that mean? That means it's a lot harder. You're going to pay a lot more over the life of that mortgage at freaking 7%. And so that's the thing to understand as well. But PPI, there's 2 sides of the inflationary coin. There's sellers and buyers, right? Buyer inflation is what we had yesterday, which is consumer price index. It's buyer inflation. Today we have the producer price index, so seller inflation. So they're both very relevant releases here for pricing. Very important for the economy. And yeah, very relevant for everything here in that way. So again, we'll see what we get today. It'll be a really interesting day. You can see tech starting to lead the market a little bit. Tech moving up, the Q moving up, Tesla popping up a little bit as well. Microsoft's still down, but we can see stuff like Apple 161's almost. I bought the dip on the SPY. Yeah, if they could even get approval. All right, guys. Q moving up. Tesla pulling back a little bit here. Could I buy this dip? I think I could. We will try. What are we going to go with here? Maybe 20 shares. All right, we're in Tesla here. 20 shares. We'll see if we bounce. Big pullback quickly here. I don't know if there's something economically that happened with Tesla, but Tesla's pulling back fast. It is a choppy day. I'll add one more. Improve my average a little bit more here, but we'll sit in that, see if we get a bounce. We're still in this here, so we got a little bit of cushion there. But again, PPI data coming out. SPY still moving up some. We'll see what Tesla does here. Yeah, again, when notes rise. All right, again, notes have to do with investors loaning the government money. You know, the government will sell these notes to investors. Investors will pay for them. But if notes are rising, it means that if yields are rising, it means that investors are less interested in borrowing the treasury notes, the treasury bonds, you know. And so in that regard, investors are basically less confident that those yields are going to be sustainable and going to be adequate for their investments over that period of time, because, you know, they're going to think that they can make more money elsewhere, and they're going to be worried regarding inflation, that it's not going to keep up, you know, that they're basically going to miss out on gains because of inflation, most likely is what it means. It means they basically want higher return, you know, investments over bonds and notes. All right, so Tesla moved up and then it kind of pulled all the way back down here, kind of volatile. We're still in this trade. What percentage do you mean? Subshreep. Will gold be bullish on PPI data? Well, nobody really knows here. We don't know what anything's going to be with anything, to be honest. So nobody knows what we're going to get in this regard today. Nobody knows. We could get good numbers. We could get bad numbers. We could get positive reaction to higher data. We could get negative reaction. I think it's still more likely that lower is going to be seen as better. But I mean, if CPI was any influence yesterday, John, when I did my taxes, I was given the opportunity to take my return in the form of a treasury note or something like that. Have you ever heard of that? No, but it doesn't surprise me, you know. Again, you just got to see what the maturity date is, like how long the note is. Notes are between, I think, I have to look it up. I know bonds are over 10 years, I believe. Notes are between 1 and 10 years. And then I can't remember what the one under a year is. I can't remember what it's called, but it's something. Let me see. Notes, bonds are long term, over 10 years. Notes are under 10 years. There's one more, man. What is it? Bills. Bills are under a year. So bills are under a year. So you buy a bill, maturity is less than a year. You buy a note, maturity is going to be 10 years or less. You buy a bond, maturity is going to be over 10 years. So like they're different time frames to play. Obviously, there's pros and cons to each one, but that's essentially what goes down. Is there's different time frames for each one. I'm very skeptical of locking my money up for over 10 years, to be honest. Because again, with inflation being like it has been, there's no guarantee that those investments are going to keep up with it. And so the S&P generally gives you 6 to 12% a year on average. And so some of the yield returns are not the highest in those, but it's also safe, guaranteed money by the government. Like the benefit of it is that it's guaranteed. And so it's like, regardless of anything, you're going to get that money. It might not be as much as some other investment classes, but like regardless of anything, you're going to get that money. And so that's why investors ultimately like it. All right, so we are in this. I'm going to go ahead and cut this. I just don't like this dip under the EMA here. We're going to go just lock in that little baby profit and not worry about it. Tesla, we're pretty flat. We're going to see if this one rips up, and maybe it brings the market up with it. But yeah. All right, so Tesla, we're still flat. All right, so again, we're flat in Tesla here. The Q started to move back up a little bit. The Q's doing a little bit better than like the market itself here. Yeah, definitely not an expert. Hey, what's up, Bulldog? Y'all check out my guy Bulldog Trading's channel. Those I bonds are some of the best investments right now. 10,000 limit for each person, but pushing 7% yield, nearly risk free. They allow another 5K if you buy with your tax return. Hey, that's dope, man. Yeah. I don't get a return, and I hate it. Honestly, everybody's tax season. Everybody's like, hey, I got this big return, and I'm just kind of like, oh, well, I had to pay the government a bunch of money. And I get what return is. Like, I could pay quarterly and, estimate payments and then get a return there. But yeah, generally, I don't ever get one. Or I'd probably love to do that. Just guaranteed money, That's why bonds and notes and bills are valuable, is because it's guaranteed money. All right, so yeah, Tesla started to pop a little bit. Can someone please explain to me what percentage will be bullish for the dollar index? Anything higher than expected will be bullish for the Dixie. So, inflation data comes in higher than expectations, the dollar index is going to move. And so, essentially, if you look at PPI, for instance, right? Expectations month over month for the main PPI report, base PPI is 0.1%. We do 0.2%, 0.3%, 0.4%. That's probably going to move up the dollar index. So the dollar index in that way is probably going to move up with it if we do higher than 0.1%. If we do under 0.1%, the dollar index is going to go down because regardless of what it does to the market, the dollar is going to love higher prices because it's the dollar. right, so we're in Tesla right now. You can see the trend in the SPY here. Let me remove this. And we're in Tesla. I'm trying to be patient here. It's just not a big trade, so it doesn't really matter. Sure, I'm trying to show pawn something with this trend. But yeah, we're pulling back a little bit here. Again, I'm going to give it time. We're in Tesla small, though, just a little day trade. Watching the queue, watching tech. Apple move it up, gap it up a little bit, but we're honestly pretty flat from the economic data. So, like, Apple is actually green relative to when the data came out, but it's only slight. Like, a lot of it is pretty close to basically flat or neutral relative to the CPI data report yesterday. And maybe some people are just waiting on PPI today, which is, again, the other side of the inflationary coin. So Ricky says, try an experiment. Everyone take a few minutes, focus on a market doing very well, believe it and achieve it. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not saying I believe in the law of attraction. Again, I really don't know. I mean, I'm not, I think sometimes humans tend to find patterns and stuff like that in their head. And it's just kind of like an instinctual thing for humans. But I will say I've had some very interesting experiences with stuff like that, like, again, one of them I've talked about a lot was my daughter and I were trying to set up her phone, so we were trying to set up her phone and we kept getting this glitch, this error message say, oh, we hit a snag. And every time we would do it, it did it like 5 times. And like every time we would do it, my daughter would say, oh, it's not going to work. It's not going to work this time. And then it wouldn't work. And she would say, oh, it's not going to work this time. And then it wouldn't work. And so we did it like 5 to 10 times, over and over again. Trying to get it to work and it wouldn't work. And so then I was like, hey, Maddie, no, we're going to be positive. I was like, we're going to be positive. I was like, I'm going to click it the next time. And the next time we do it, it's going to work. It's going to process and your phone will work after that. And literally the next time we clicked it and it processed and it worked, and my daughter was just kind of like, what, and so again, I'm not saying I believe in the law of attraction or anything, but like, yeah, I've had some funny experiences in that way. Another one was baseball. I've talked about the baseball one too. But again, I don't know, man. I don't know if I buy it. All right, Tesla finally starting to creep up here. Another one was a baseball one. So I was watching baseball. And I noticed like every time I would turn on a baseball game, whoever was up at bat would hit a home run. So turn on the baseball game, hit a home run. Turn on the baseball game, hit a home run. It happened like 3 or 4 times to me, to the point where I told my wife and daughter one day when we were all sitting in bed, and I was like, hey, every time I turn on a baseball game, somehow the person at bat hits a home run. Whoever's at bat hits the home run. And they were like, nah. And so I was like, okay, let's test it. And I put on an Angels game, and it was like Caleb Ward or whatever his name was. I think that was the guy. It was I'm getting his name wrong, I think. Taylor Ward. It was Taylor Ward was up at bat. And I told my daughter, I was like, hey, look, I was like, we're going to try this. We're going to see if it works. I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit of this off. But I was like, yeah, let's just try it. Let's see if it works. And literally the next swing, Taylor Ward hits a home run over left field, And then Carol and Maddie's jaw dropped. They were like, what? And I was like, see, I should have kept doing it. Honestly, I should have put bets on it. But eventually it stopped working. Maybe because I was paying too much attention to it. But maybe it could be just lucky too. Could be just luck. But funny experiences. Yeah, Taylor Ward's dope. Great player. Anybody think PPI could spark a market pump? It needs to come in low. PPI needs to come in low. I don't think coming in high is going to help the market. I think it needs to come in lower than expected here. So PPI needs to come in low. Okay, so again, we made a little bit. I could have held the SPY trade. Q pumping up here. So Q, again, a little bit more tech heavy at 314s right now. So a little bit more tech heavy. What's your point on Twitter enabling stock trading? I never even had a point. I don't even think I talked about that. But is it? I'm just partnering with eToro, right? Yeah, so Twitter is partnering with eToro to let users trade stocks, crypto. Twitter will give users the option to buy and sell stocks and other assets from eToro. Partnership marks a rare deal. So yeah, he's looking at ways to monetize. It looks like this is a way to monetize. So Twitter will let its users access stocks, crypto, other financial assets starting Thursday. So today, a new feature will be rolled out. It will allow users to view market charts on an expanded range of financial instruments and buy and sell stocks and other assets. Hey, that's great for me, man. Honestly, that's great for me. Because honestly, as a social media person, this will just make me my interactions with Twitter much easier and much more fun. So Twitter cash tags will be expanded to cover far more instruments and assets. So basically, the money sign. You can tag a symbol if you put like money sign SPY. You can do that already. So they're just gonna go a little bit more in detail with that on Twitter, which is good. I think it's cool. Good for it. What is bullish for Bitcoin? Well, whatever is bullish for the market is bullish for Bitcoin. There's no meeting today. Play. I mean, there's a meeting, but it's not a big meeting. I think it's not like Big Papa Jerome Powell's going to say anything. All right, guys, we still got about 55 minutes. SPY moving up 408.60s. Gap it up today. Yeah, he even did it when I played him in MLB The Show, his first bet. Yeah, I took a yard. Yeah, honestly, with Juan Soto, bro, I had Juan Soto. I was playing pawn, and I thought I had that game on lock, bro. I was super confident, dude. First pitch, Juan Soto. I had Juan Soto. I was playing pawn in MLB. Homer over, wherever. I can't even remember where it went, but no doubter, Homer. I'm sitting there like, oh yeah, I got this on lock. And then pawn just destroys me for the rest of the game. I didn't get one more run after that. Not one more run. The new one's fun. I haven't had as much time to play it though. Gold, gold will probably have an inverse correlation with the market itself. Let's see what gold did though. So here's the SPY. Let's see how much gold is following. So let's look at GLD for instance, right? So here's GLD. Gold seems to be trending in a similar way to the market, no? Yeah, so gold is just following the market. So like CPI data came in positive. This is what I don't understand about gold. You got a lot of people talking about gold, but like what it looks like to me here is that gold just does the same thing as the SPY. Inflation data comes in good, gold rips. Inflation data comes in good, SPY rips. Opening bell correction. Gap up in pre-market this morning. Unless this is an inverse gold trade, does it really just follow the SPY? If it follows the SPY, then what's the point of it? What's up, Leo? Again, we're in Tesla right now. We'll see if this holds. All right, guys. So we're in Tesla. We cut our SPY trade, a little bitty trade here. And again, we do have less than an hour before PPI data. So we got 50 minutes exactly. And again, we will cover the data incredibly fast, guys, incredibly quickly. So we got 5 new UFC champs so far this year. Jones, Izzy, man, I always forget her name. Brendan Marino, and then man, what's his name too, dude? Hill. Yeah. Well, another thing that we're going to be covering this year in terms of market activity is the Fed now, CBDC stuff. Fed now stuff we're going to cover heavily, you know. So all right, so Adam Aaron saying a big day as promised. We have formally launched the new AMC Entertainment Visa card. You saw what Cohen posted today, right, guys? So you saw what Cohen posted. So Cohen said, quote, I just got off the phone with what was once a which was once a great American brand. Lots of problems, no accountability for high-paid executives, and little interest in my help at no cost. This could get interesting, is what Cohen said. What company do you think it is? I'm going to go with Bed Bath & Beyond. Could be AMC, but I'm going to go with Bed Bath & Beyond. What do you guys think? All right, Tesla dipping down here. I'll hold it, but I don't want to hold this thing forever. Yeah, Alexis Grasso. Yeah, PPI is at 830. So is jobless claims. Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, I think it's probably BBI. Yeah, maybe AMC. I don't know, man. Yeah, but honestly, B Pepper, to be honest, he says, talking about the war and everything. Bro, honestly, people act like the world is so crazy now, bro. And like, I understand people acting that way, but like, what everybody needs to understand is that put yourself back over the last 100 years. Think about how crazy the world has been. You know, the difference now versus the last couple centuries is that now we got cameras that can report on it to us very, very, very fast. The world was actually much crazier. It is a lot more stable now than it ever was over the last 100 years. You know, think about the 1930s, early 19 teens, 1920s, 1930s. Those were crazy times. Think about 1800s. Those were crazy times. And so again, that's just kind of the natural state of the world, brother. You know, the only difference now, again, is that we got news cameras pointing at it, showing us everything that goes on all across the world immediately. And so it seems a lot more scary now because we can know everything that's going on, but it's not. If you look at it objectively, it's you know, the world's been crazy, bro. All right, guys. So again, we're in Tesla right now. Yeah, is it BBBY? Is that what Cohen's talking about? I can only imagine it is. I'm looking at the correlations. It's got to be Bed Bath & Beyond. Bed Bath & Beyond is struggle, bro. I don't know what Bed Bath & Beyond is going to do. Do they have high-paid CEOs, I guess is the question. Like, are CEOs at Bed Bath & Beyond paid a bunch? Um, who's the Bed Bath & Beyond CEO? Sue Gov. All right, so Sue Gov makes $255,000 a year. I wouldn't really call that high, you know. So I don't think that's necessarily high. I mean, you know, for Bed Bath & Beyond, I mean, you know, that's not crazy high or anything like that, in my opinion. Matt Furlong is the GameStop CEO. This salary. All right, so Matt Furlong as GameStop CEO. Whew, GameStop, dude. Okay, GameStop CEO made $17 million in 2021. $17 million. Matt Furlong made $17 million in 2021. I think there's a chance that Cohen's talking about GameStop, and that would line up more with Cohen's niche of traders. You know what I mean? Like GameStop is a lot. You know, and isn't he on the board of GameStop? And so it will line up even more there, you know, because that makes the most sense, because GameStop doesn't really have a business model moving forward. You know, again, I mean, if you look at the digital download trends here, I'm going to cut Tesla here, I guess, just break it down too much. And I do want to establish flat positions ahead of this report, just then maybe take a pairs trade afterwards. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe GameStop, but who knows? No, world's been way crazier than it's in right now, man. Again, a lot of people. Let me think the easiest way to put this. A lot of people, they want it to be crazy to confirm their like what their plans are, and like maybe they're prepping or doing something, and so they want the world to be crazier than it really is. But like the reality of it is, the world is a lot more stable now than it has been. Like think about World War II. Okay, like think about the Holocaust. Think about everything that happened then. Absolutely crazy. Think about the Cold War. You know, that's a pretty crazy thing, man. And so again, in terms of stability, world's way more stable now than it was, you know, 80 years ago. And I think that's an objectively truthful thing, if you look at it. But what I don't understand about GameStop is why they have. Well, the problem with GameStop is like, what are people going to use them for? Like, what's their business model moving forward? It can't be physical video games. Nobody needs to go to GameStop anymore to buy games. It could be consoles, but they're only released once every decade or so, and so that's not going to prop their business up. NFTs, I know they have their NFT marketplace. NFTs have dwindled down a lot over the last last year or two, and so what's GameStop's business moving forward? You know, like it's a true question. And again, I hope GameStop goes up, but like, what's the argument that it does though, outside of price action and actual fundamentals? I think that's an interesting argument. I think that's an important thing to talk about. Yeah, but I mean, think about the Spanish flu, B. You know what I mean? Like, you could take one crazy thing, but again, are you really going to try to argue that World War II was less crazy than that? You know, the Cold War was less crazy than that. You know what I mean? I don't think so, man. Again, I think people want it to be crazy now for whatever reason, but again, I think the world's a lot more stable now than it was, you know, 100 years ago. And I think we can continue looking back to each century and see the time where the world was objectively far crazier than it is now. The difference now is, again, we got news cameras pointing at it and showing us everything that's going on in the world, but the world's always been crazy, brother. That's just obvious. We just didn't know about it. GameStop needs to leverage their physical locations. Well, yeah, but those locations currently are a money pit, man. Those locations are a money pit. I didn't say the world was stable. I said it was more stable than it was. Uh, all right, man. Tesla ripping up just faked me out, dude. Look at Tesla just faking me out here. It's all good. And again, GameStop, the physical brick and mortar stores are going to be a money pit because, again, they're just not going to have enough sales to justify keeping those open. And so they have to branch out to another business model. And I'm not criticizing them. I'm genuinely asking, what's the future look like for them? And I'm assuming that's who Cohen's talking about. I'm assuming that's who Cohen's talking about because, again, their CEOs have gotten, again, GameStop CEO made 17 million in 2021. 17 million. So not necessarily cheap. Tesla popping up a little bit. SPY still at 408.50s here. We do have the PPI data coming out in less than 40 minutes. Heavy trader, no offense to you, man, but that is one of the dumbest questions I've ever heard in my life, sir. Yeah, I don't know. How would I know those things, man? I'm wondering if they're going to use stores as storage units and then use them to ship out products to get stuff to customers. Yeah, I mean, that's a good option, is to like create a mail order system of production where they use their physical stores to like accomplish things. That's possible for sure. But again, they've got to establish themselves as an online marketplace for games. And I know they already have one, but they need to do a lot more, they need to do a lot more sales if they're going to keep their business going. You know what I mean? AMC, I don't know if AMC is getting bought out. We'll see. SPY at 408.50s, 408.50s. Tesla at 182. Gold at 188.40s. GameStop needs to do Comic-Con events. Yeah, maybe. What's the deal here? Higher PPI good for markets? So no, higher PPI will be seen as most likely bad for markets. We don't know for sure. Like, we really don't know for sure. Last time we had lower than expected PPI numbers and the market dumped on us. And so, but it did rebound. So this is what happened. The last PPI report, they expected 0.1% increase in inflation for producers. We ended up showing a minus 0.1% release. So we came in better than expected, lower than expected, which is lower pricing, which is good. The market ended up tanking once that report came out, which is very different relative to the previous, releases we've had over the last year or so. But the market did end up bouncing right back. So the market dipped a little bit initially from the data and then eventually rebounded and had a green day afterwards. And so maybe there was a kind of a delayed response there. And again, I still think that lower data is going to be interpreted as positive, but we really don't know. And you never know for sure. And, we're just speculating here. So yeah, let me know what you guys think. What percentage do you think PPI will show up as, guys? Let me know. List your percentage number here. What percentage do you think PPI will show up as? Let me know. Oh, Amazon's making profit. They just had a tough year because of shipping things, but that's starting to subside as well. What if Elon buys GameStop? Yeah, but what would Elon want to buy GameStop for? I mean, in all honesty, like what's the business plan there? I don't think Elon needs to buy GameStop. I don't, the only reason to buy GameStop is to garner support from the shareholders, which is possible. I mean, that's a justifiable reason, but he can't pay a lot for it. Uh, yeah, we covered Delta earnings. Delta earnings showed up. We had them. I guess we posted a comment, but yeah, Delta mixed results. They missed on EPS, beat on revenue, or beat on sales. So yeah, people still go to the movies. It's just less often, though, is the problem. It really is less often. Tons of natural resources for all those companies. GameStop is the next. Yeah, I don't know. Possible. I mean, Amazon doesn't profit that much after you take into the expansions. Yeah, but the expansions will eventually pay dividends. So it's like, yeah, they might lose money in the first year or two after the expansions, but they understand that. Like, they're betting on longer term future profit with those expansions. So, like, yeah, they might have they didn't even lose money. They just didn't make that much money last year, and so their PE ratio was all messed up because they just didn't earn a lot. But again, they're investing into expanding the company, and so that eventually is going to turn and pay them, and help them grow, and that's the whole point of it. They understand they're going to lose initially. Yeah, maybe it was a good thing I cut GameStop there because GameStop started to dump, or no, Tesla started to dump here. Maybe it's a good thing I cut it. SPY pulling back down. We're right at the previous closing price. So we're pretty flat and neutral leading into all this. Hey, you ready for your tests? Love you. Have a good day. All right, guys. So, I don't know where gold's going. It depends on what the release actually shows. So yeah, I don't know what gold's doing. Depends on when the release happens. Gold has been moving mostly with the market itself over the last couple of minutes. So like gold has basically been moving with the market. Again, I don't know what it's going to do today, but gold has been going up when the SPY goes up. We could test that theory now. I mean, I guess it's starting to change a little bit. Gold is just up there. It's just less liquid. What's the gold futures contract? Is it slash GD or is it slash? What's the gold futures contract? I don't ever trade it, so I don't really know. Yeah, we can look at the dollar index here. Here's the Dixie. The dollar index is starting to push up as the market starts to fade a little bit here. GC? Okay, thank you, Beach. Hey, man. Love you, buddy. Hey, man. Get your mom to brush her hair, brother. All right. No? I don't want to. Is it some type of special day at school? No, I just don't want to. All right, guys. So GC is gold. Dollar index moving up as the market is weak here. There's GC. Yeah, gold's strong. Up to over $2,040. I love you, buddy. Hey, do that for me, okay? Hey, I'm serious. My son out here looking, crazy here. Yes, basically 4-3. Most likely. I'm not saying I want it, but like that's probably like what's going to evoke a positive response is a higher jobless claims numbers. And again, you got to think about it in terms of inflation and spending, right? So less people working means prices could go down because less people are ultimately going to then spend. Okay. And so because of that, consistently over the last year, higher jobless claims is seen as a positive in terms of market reactions. Now, it's definitely not a for sure thing, but over the last year, higher jobless claims has been seen as a positive thing for markets. And pivoting over to PPI, lower PPI is going to be seen as better. So we're looking at it from the inflationary lens of pricing, right? And so lower PPI is better. Higher jobless claims is probably better, but jobless claims is a little bit more nuanced and less known of a reaction. Lower PPI will generally cause a positive reaction, and that's pretty likely. But jobless claims is the question mark there. Like, we don't know what kind of reaction we're going to get to jobless claims. But again, we got PPI dropping today, which is a much more significant release. Jobless claims drops every week. PPI only drops once a month following CPI, which was yesterday. And so it'll be a nice little interesting data release to see how all of that affects the market today. And again, let me know what you guys think. Looking at our poll numbers, we did do a poll on YouTube. 36% think we're going to bounce from this data. 59% think we're going to fade from it. And 4.5% think we're going to react neutrally from this data here. So again, let me know what you guys think. And yeah, should be fun. Market started to turn. SPY just went red on the day for the first time here. SPY fully red on the day now. I think it'll be higher because people get paid to not. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it really is kind of this weird thing where it really is one of those things where we're kind of in a lose-lose situation of like inflation and recession. If prices are too high, then the market might worry about a recession because of the banking crisis that we had over the last couple months. But if prices are too high, then they're going to worry about inflation in that regard as well. So not really an easy market right now. We're kind of in this neutral period of like high prices are bad, but low prices are bad too. And yeah, just an interesting market right now. Again, let me know what you guys think, what we're going to get from this data release. Hey, well, don't, Kay. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong about everything. We are not liable if you lose money. I have no idea what I'm talking about. My big thing here, Kay, is that like I'm not an expert. I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. I'm certainly staying pretty flat ahead of this report. I'm waiting for the report to come out, and then I might take a trade. But even when I do take that trade, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong and lose a boatload of money. I have no idea. Don't copy me. Not liable if you lose. All right, gold just tapped over highs just now. Did you see Baba drop yesterday? Well, I'm not really a big Baba trader because the problem with Baba is it's an overseas company with government intervention historically. And because of that, I'm just not messing with it. There's too much risk in putting money in that thing, man. I don't know what it's going to do. And so I just don't trade it or invest in it. It's just too risky. Yeah, I try to be the same, Kieran. We're all going to disagree about things sometimes. I think too many people on the internet be like, hey, this guy disagrees with me about this one thing, so I just hate him forever. And who cares? About one thing. Everybody's going to disagree about one thing, especially in the stock market terms. Like in stock market terms, we're about to disagree on a lot of stuff, and that's all right. It doesn't matter that much. Like, we're going to disagree. It's all good. It happens. That's the beautiful part. Some would say the endearing part of the stock market is that we're all going to disagree about specific stocks, sectors, price action, sentiment, and that's okay. You know, that's what the stock market's about. Yeah, Baba probably needed that pullback. Again, it's not really a trade that I'm interested in getting involved with, though. Uh, Daily chart, I mean, Baba's basically flat on the year, which is still doing better than the SPY or the S&P right now. Can you explain what you were looking at? What is the timer for and the best stocks to trade for today? So chart play. So left side is Tesla. Middle side is basically the S&P 500 ETF. And then the right side is gold. The timer is for inflation data. So yesterday we had CPI, which is buyer inflation. It's basically how much prices have gone up or down for buyers. And we had much better than expected inflation, much lower than expected inflation numbers. It came in at 5% yesterday, which was better than expected at 5.2% is what they expected. So we showed up 0.2% better than expected yesterday for consumer prices. Today we have the other side of that inflationary coin of producer prices or seller prices. Basically, it's called PPI is what it's called. It drops at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, which the timer is counting down to of about 24 minutes, and it will influence the market heavily. Again, lower is better. We also have jobless claims numbers that come out at the same time. I believe the expectations for those numbers are let me see, 232 is what's expected. 232. Coin, I think coin's just going to move with Bitcoin though. So again, I'm very hesitant to put money in a centralized exchange, considering all the craziness that happened over the last couple of years in crypto. If I'm going to put money in crypto, I'm just going to buy Bitcoin instead of buying Coinbase because they're going to move similarly anyway, and it's just less risk in my opinion, especially with the potential government, charging Coinbase and all that stuff. I don't know. I'm just not putting money there. Anyways, guys, we got about 25 minutes, 24 minutes or so. Again, a little bit of a rebound here at Tesla, back up. SPY bouncing right at that previous closing price here. So again, this is basically the S&P 500 ETF. And you can see this is the reason we watched this previous closing price. It's just an influential level with technicals. Like the overarching concept you need to understand with technicals is that like you're trying to see what everybody else sees. Like you're trying to look for the levels that everybody else sees on their chart and bases their trades around. That's what you're trying to identify with technicals. So you're looking for the most obvious levels, right? One of the most obvious levels is the previous closing price right here. Why is it obvious? Because it's the level at which the stock or whatever it is goes from green to red and red to green. If we break underneath this light blue line, which is again the previous closing price, that means the SPY is technically red on the day. If we break over this light blue line and go like this, then that means, and that's where we are now. So you can see we're right here. So we are technically above the previous closing price, which again means that the SPY itself is technically green on the day, but we're close enough to it where we're pretty flat. We're pretty neutral. It's not like we're wildly green or anything like that. We're pretty flat and neutral. Tesla has the same type of level here. Maybe I don't have it on the chart. Let me throw it up. There we go. So yeah, Tesla has the same level way down here at 180.50s, but that's a level we're paying attention to. And again, you can kind of see why is when the SPY pulled back to this level here, we bounced directly off of that level right here. So kind of confirming why it's an important level to pay attention to. Yeah, I can change the color scheme and all that stuff if I want. When PBS released this US dollar going, if inflation data comes in higher than expected, the dollar index will tank. If inflation comes in lower than expected, if inflation comes in higher than expected, the dollar index will rip up. My bad. So the dollar index will move up with higher inflation because it means higher prices, which is good for the dollar. If inflation comes in lower than expected, so if inflation comes in under 0.1% on the month for PPI, then the dollar index will fall down fast. You can see yesterday, for instance, right? A great way to look at this is yesterday. Here's the Dixie. And if you look at this yesterday, PPI data came out yesterday at 8:30, and look at it, it came out much better than expected. It came out at 5% versus 5.2% expected. And you can kind of see the big brash downward response with better inflationary data, which is lower. The dollar index just fell dramatically from it. Because again, you got to think of it in terms of prices. Like higher pricing is good for the dollar, lower pricing is bad for the dollar. And when CPI came in lower than expected, that's lower pricing, that's bad for the dollar falls. Same, it'll be a similar concept, or a similar, most likely will be a similar reaction. Again, of course, we don't know for sure. We're just speculating, but we're basing that speculation off of historical. So what are your thoughts on Nvidia today? I don't know, man. I don't know what Nvidia is doing. Nvidia is just up so much to me over the last 6 months. I just don't want to touch it. I've been saying this since it was at 280s, and it looks like I was right because it's back down to 260s now. But if you look at Nvidia, Nvidia's gone from 108 in October all the way up to 270s, 280s, almost $300. So it's up like whatever this is, like 170% just off the top of my head. Looking at the chart, I don't know what percentage that is, but it's somewhere up there. It's big. It's 100+% over 6 months. And so in that way, I think it's a little bit too extended on the upside for me in my taste here to buy it up. Now, maybe if we get a distinct pullback or something like that, I'll be more interested in trading it. But until then, I'm just not really trying to mess with that. It's just too high up there. When I swing trade, I am kind of a bottom feeder in that regard. Like I'm usually looking to buy up like cheap stocks that are specifically blue chips. Like I don't buy penny stocks. I don't really buy mid caps. But what I do buy is blue chip healthy companies that have big pullbacks that are going to be okay. A lot of the time they're based around economic releases or earnings or something like that. And I'll just get some discounts because everybody else is doom and glooming about these stocks. And so I'll just look for those cheap entries and buy that stuff up. Disney right now is at one. Disney actually fell a little bit. It's not cheap enough for me to necessarily want it yet. I like Disney at like 93s, 92s, 91s, 90s, 80s. I think it's objectively cheap there. Up here around 100, it's still a little bit too high for my taste. And I think I have to be very strict with how I take these trades. So, but market bounced back pretty decently from the pullback it had at the previous closing price. All right, guys, we still got about 20 minutes before this data comes out. About 20 minutes. Would you guys rather the dollar index or gold up here on the chart? So would you rather the Dixie or gold futures contract? 91 for Disney entry. Yeah. Higher jobless claims, good or bad? It's more nuanced than like PPI where it's a more obvious reaction. But I think higher is going to be seen as positive for market activity. Because it means less people working, less people spending, and worse inflation pressure, or less inflation pressure. Dollar index. Yeah. Do you like airline companies? What do you think about AAL? Well, Delta dropped their earnings this morning. I don't really like AAL or Delta. I'd prefer United if I'm going to buy up something, but so it just depends on what it is, but I prefer United Airlines. But everybody's different. And I think Delta had mixed results. They gapped up a little bit today. All right, so yeah, there's the dollar index. We'll leave the dollar index up on the right then. What do y'all think about the new thing they're going on with Twitter with okay, bro, like we got some YouTubers that are just like a crash is starting, and it's like literally every major economic release they've been telling people the market's going to crash, and then we don't, and then they take a small obscure drop that is really just a correction from a 10-day chart. If you look at a 10-day chart, like you got a bunch of YouTubers that have been calling for a crash, and then when this happens, they try to use it to confirm that they were right. They're saying way back here, yeah, the market's going to crash, and then it does this, and they're like, see, we crashed. And then they're posting videos like the crash, like, come on now, guys. Like, listen, who buys this stuff? Like, this is probably why everybody's coming around screaming crash, because you got some influencers posting videos pretending like everything's a crash. And I'm not saying we don't, but like, we certainly haven't yet. Um, and let me know, do you guys think we're going to crash? Crash or no crash? Let me know. Crash or no crash? Yeah, they'll say I was right. I was just early. Yeah, crash is 5 years later. Oh, see? Told you guys. It'll crash years later on something completely independent of anything that they were talking about, you know? And they'll use it to be like, yeah, I was right. See? People just want to be right. There's a lot of egos floating around in the market. I mean, listen, when you got people like me here who are just, top 3 greatest looking traders and, most humble ever in the world, it must be hard, so people want to be right. I get it. And we'll see if the dollar index actually holds today. Again, if inflation data comes out higher than expected, the dollar index will rip up. It'll go up. If it comes out lower, dollar index will probably come down. Yeah, that's right. Positive correlation with the Dixie. Tech crash, maybe. No crash, maybe in a year. Control crash. Yeah, I think the Fed said they predict a mild recession, which just means 2 negative GDP growth quarters consecutively. But to be honest, by the textbook definition, we've kind of already had that, right? I don't know. Is gold selling? I don't know. Everything's kind of choppy right now. The market's trying to hold. We got about 15 minutes before the data release here. So we're just kind of patiently waiting. The charts don't lie. But the problem with that comment is that charts certainly don't do exactly the same thing every time. So like trading is based off of probabilities, but like you might have the best textbook chart pattern in the world and it just does the complete opposite of what you expect. That's a very obvious thing in the market. So I guess the point is charts do lie. They certainly do. They obviously do. Because again, if they didn't, the market would be really easy. But it's not. And the reason it's not is because charts do lie. Tech has earnings soon. Well, yeah, it depends on if those earnings come in good or not. Diamond hands in what? B. Diamond hands in what, sir? PPI is the producer price index. A person's first successful trade decides whether they become a bull or bear. Nah, not at all. Honestly, my first trade was probably a short. I think, if I remember correctly, it was a short. Was my first trade. And I'm not necessarily a huge bear. And so, yeah, that's not true at all. What determines whether somebody's a bear or bull is there's a couple different things, but it depends on who they look up to in the market. That's all it is. It's who they look up to. If you look up to Michael Burry, you're probably a bear. You look up to Buffett long term, you're probably a bull. It just depends on how you look at it. The biggest long-term edge in any market is the S&P 500 will give you 8 to 12% a year generally, anywhere between 6 to 12% really if we want to be safe, but S&P will give you on average 6 to 12% a year. So you zoom out long term, and that's with crashes included in that. So what that means is that when we don't crash, the market gives you even more percentage a year. Generally, not always, of course, but again, on average, 6 to 12%. And so that's the biggest edge you could ever find in the stock market is S&P 500 gives you 6 to 12% a year. Now, we could have crashes in between that, but the people who lose the most during those crashes are people who get emotional and sell. And so I think what happened is like you got a lot of people who sold and they sold early, and so now they're missing out on some of these big moves that we're making. And so instead of, so now they're like, oh well, we're gonna crash to kind of make themselves feel better, and that might happen. Like I said, I'm not saying we don't crash, but it's certainly not a for sure thing. Now a recession is more likely, but I don't know if it's gonna be like a big 30% drop in one day crash or anything like that. I think it'll be a slow trickle down if we do hit that, but again, we'll see. We got 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes. I look up to you, John. What am I? Your top 3 John looker uppers in the world right now. Today's PPI. What do you think about all the banks reporting pre-market? I think that'll be really interesting, especially after the craziness that happened over the last couple months with banking. Tomorrow we have JP Morgan, we've got Citi, we've got Wells Fargo, we got Pinnacle, a bunch of bank earnings coming out. Is Bitcoin going to go up? No idea. Bloomberg plans to integrate Chat GPT style AI into its terminal. I think that's a good move. I think that's the right move too. I think with how powerful AI is, I think that's the right thing to do. Because if they can make AI report on stuff even faster, then a lot of people are going to want Bloomberg terminal. Yeah, this is PPI. Is it going to bull or bear? No idea. Yeah, bank earnings will be huge. All right, guys, we got about 9 minutes. 9 minutes. I'm going to throw it in sub-only mode here. So if you haven't already, guys, hey, hit the subscribe button. We do this live for free. My big thing here, guys, is like, I'm not an expert. I don't claim to be an expert. I don't claim to be a guru. We have been right about the last 6 months price action. You can ask anybody that watches this stream regularly. We literally called CPI to the T yesterday. People begged me for a prediction. And so I gave them one. I said 5%. Well below the report at like 8 a.m. yesterday. I said 5% is what I think will show up as. And what do you know? We showed up at 5% on the dot. Y'all would never hear the end of it. But my point is, we cover all the big stuff: earnings, CPI, PPI, jobless claims, retail sales. Tomorrow, bank earnings. Tomorrow, we stream all the big earnings calls as well and the earnings reactions. So we cover every major economic release and data point. Jerome Powell rate hike decisions, press conferences, all that good stuff. Fed minutes report yesterday. We cover it all, and it's all free. And so hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. We're getting ready to cover PPI today and bank earnings and retail sales tomorrow. So be ready. We also have jobless claims numbers today. And again, lower is better for PPI. Higher is probably better, but it's less of a for sure thing for jobless claims numbers here. So again, let me know what you guys think in terms of reactions to this stuff. Market still is bouncing up a little bit ahead of this report here. So market's still moving up some ahead of this. If the banks see a big downside tomorrow, that might be a bigger boost for Bitcoin. Yeah, I could agree on that. That if banks fall tomorrow, Bitcoin will probably go up. ETH just broke 2K. Did it really? Yeah, ETH over 2,000, up to 2012 right now. So ETH ripping. So they did their destaking for ETH, and they're flying up right now. A lot of people thought we'd have bearish response to it, but we covered it in our crypto show yesterday, so that's good. All right, guys, market's ripping up here. I mean, you can look over the last 10 and 15 minutes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. About the last 20, 25 minutes, market has basically been straight up. So big green action leading into this PPI report. And so again, let me know what you guys think. You called it yesterday, bro. 5%. Thoughts for today? I'm going to go with 0. I'm going to go with 0. We'll see. I'm gonna go with 0. But again, it might be wildly wrong. I have no idea what I'm talking about. It might be wildly wrong about everything. What percentage do you think PPI will come in today, guys? What percentage? Let me know. Again, do not copy me. I have no idea what I'm talking about. It might be wildly wrong about everything and anything. Do not copy me, guys. Sometimes it's viewed positively by market. Comes out in 5 minutes. Shepard. Do you think AI is oversold or just the beginning of the new rise? I think it's just the beginning, to be honest here. I think AI, or you mean the stock AI? Or do you think like the artificial intelligence sector? Yeah, I got a soundboard somewhere. I should hook it up. All right, guys. Tesla at 182. Still pump it up a little bit. We still got 4 minutes here. Again, what percentage do you think PPI will show up as? PPI is expected at 0.1% increase. Jobless claims expected at 232. Get ready, guys. I don't know why. If your voice is deeper, it sounds like Thor. I'll take it, you know. I'll accept that, you know. Acceptable comment there. Thank you. Batman, you know. I wake up in the morning, I sound like Batman. Give me about an hour, I sound like Pee Wee Herman pretty quickly. Can you put up the Bitcoin chart? We don't have enough room for Bitcoin. I mean, I can put it up, but I'll put up Bitcoin right now, just for this release. So Bitcoin at about 30.4 thousand. Dollar index at about 101.29. SPY at about 408.50s. Over the 200 EMA, right around the volume weighted average price in the 200 EMA. Again, guys, a couple minutes. Be ready. It's time. BI report coming out. Again, 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. Be ready. I'm gonna go with 0, but again, I really have no idea. I think, again, I would love to pat myself on the back and be like, man, you know, I'm just the smartest guy ever, but I got really lucky yesterday, to be honest. And I'm usually not one to make predictions, so. If PPI is high and jobless claims low, yeah, that's bearish. That'll probably evoke a bearish response, you know. I could agree with that. PPI usually influences volatility pretty decently. All right, guys. So we are going to get everything ready here. All right. All right, guys. 2 minutes. Again, 0.1% is what's expected. 0.1%. 0.1% is what's expected. Let's get ready. .1%. We got it all ready. 232 is expected for jobless claims. And again, higher jobless claims will probably equal negative response because, again, more jobless claims is going to be seen as worse because it means more jobless claims could be seen as positive. We don't know for sure, but it could be seen as positive because more people working means more people spending. So higher jobless claims means less people spending, essentially, in market terms. But again, it's never a for sure thing. SPY still moving up. Bitcoin still at 30.4. Dollar index still right around 101.29, 101.30. So again, expectations for PPI are 0.1%. Last time it showed up at minus 0.1%. I'm going to go with 0 today. But again, I don't know for sure. And do not copy me. I might have no idea what I'm talking about. We day trade at the opening bell. We swing trade. We invest. We stream every day. And then as well on earnings days, when we got big earnings, we stream those days too. All right, guys. Let's do it, team. SPY moving up a little bit ahead of this. Again, 0.1% is what's expected, 0.1%. ETH over 2,000. 25 seconds. Yeah, that's basically it, Sam. All right, guys, let's do it. All right, guys, 20 seconds. In seconds. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button as well, guys. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button to make sure you're not delayed. All right, guys, here we go. Okay, there's the report. Market is ripping up. PPI, initial claims came in at 239,000, 239,000. Core PPI came in at minus 0.1%, minus 0.1%. Market is loving this right now. Dollar index is tanking here. Again, base PPI hasn't showed up yet, but it looks like it showed up at, again, core PPI showed up at minus 0.1%. Initial claims showed up at 239,000. So is it minus 0.2? Is that what showed up? Let me see. Minus 0.5%. Minus 0.5%, guys. Minus 0.5%, which is a huge beat here. Minus 0.5%. Year over year came in at 2.7. Minus 0.5%. Crazy good here. This is ridiculously good, man. Wow. Way better inflationary pricing. Way better. Minus 0.5%, guys. Wow, dude. That is one of the biggest beats for PPI I have seen in a long time. They expected 0.1% increase. They did 0.6% better than expected. And the dollar index is dumping down here on this report. Dumping down here. But minus 0.5%. Crazy good. 2.7% on the year versus 3% expected here. Yeah, it's way better than expected. Jobless claims came in higher than expected as well. So positive all the way around here, but just way better than expected. But yeah, jobless claims came in higher than expected too, which is going to be seen as a positive as well. But way better than expected here. 0.5%, 2.7% on the year versus 3% expected. Put all this data up on screen, but yeah, way better than expected here for PPI. And the market has had kind of an underreaction to this, but just noticeably better price data. Noticeably better price data. Again, 0.6% better than expected. Initially, we had a very positive reaction here. But yeah, really interesting, honestly, with this data. Again, 0.5. Minus 0.5, I mean. So isn't this bad because market fears recession now? Well, initially we reacted positively. That doesn't mean we're going to hold, though. But yeah, it is much better than expected with regards to inflationary prices. Again, it doesn't mean we're going to hold, though, honestly. So again, we'll see what happens. Yeah, so again, minus 0.5%. Also, guys, if you haven't already, check out TopStep. TopStep is a funded futures account where they give you a demo. And if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50 grand up to 150K with a 90% profit split. And so if you're funded by them and you make 10K, you keep 9 of that. So it's basically the best of both worlds. There's no PDT in futures. You can day trade the S&P 500. So you can basically day trade the SPY, which is what's getting influenced by these economic releases. There's no PDT rule to do so. And TopStep is the most legit funded program in the world, where if you pass it, they give you a demo. If you can hit the target while following their rules, they fund you. If you pass it, you get 90% of your profit once you're funded. If you don't pass it, the base package is less than $140. If you use my link, you get 20% off. And so if you lose, you're only losing, $130, $140. But if you can pass it, you're still keeping 90% of your profit. It's really the best way to day trade. If you don't have over 25K, it's what a lot of pros do when they don't have a lot of equity to trade. And again, you get 20% off if you use my link. Great way to help support the channel. They're a sponsor of mine. They're how we keep everything free. And yeah, check them out right here. Great way to help support the channel. Yeah, I think we might pause during the next rate hike decision in early May. I think we might pause. Link is in the description right now. Check it out. But yeah, I could buy this dip here. I think we're gonna do it in futures though. Let me pull this up. But yeah, great data, honestly. Great data. Core PPI came in as expected. Um, Base PPI on the month came in better than expected. PPI on the year came in better than expected. Jobless claims came in higher than expected, which is probably going to be seen as a positive. Core PPI on the month came in lower than expected, which is going to be seen as a positive. And so overall here, this is pretty good data. I don't know. Buy whatever you want, Harry. I have no idea what you should do, brother. Jobless claims is not good. Well, it's conventionally bad, but with inflation fears, it's going to be seen as a positive. But who knows what the market's going to do? Again, as I said many times, I have no idea what the market's going to do here. I thought we would come in better than expected, and we did. But I didn't expect this high, or I didn't expect it to come in this much lower than expected, which is this much better. This was really solid numbers. Oh yeah, Top Step pays out 100% of the first 5,000 withdrawal as well. So genuinely useful too. And again, if you want to check them out, link is in the description. You can find the link in chat right now as well. Yeah, all good, Lotus. Thanks for being a cool YouTuber that's not all OMG. I know all. Yeah, I mean, listen. When you look this good, I mean, it's hard not to know everything, but I try to genuinely let humility just flow through me like water. But no, on a serious note, I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see if the market bounces at 409. We'll see if it does. Again, who knows? GFAI. I'm not really a penny stock guy. Yeah, honestly, GFAI has had a crazy squeeze, bro. Who knew, man? Look at GFAI. That thing is ripping up, dude. GFAI is up like over 100% in the last 24 hours. ETH is popping up. The Dixie's starting to come back up, though. So that's generally not going to be seen as a positive here. So I guess I think the Fed has to pivot now. Not pivot. I think the Fed is going to go with zero. We're going to end the poll. Is gold going crazy here? Yeah, gold ripping up too, which is interesting because it means higher prices. It means lower prices. So you would assume gold would be a hedge against inflation. And so if prices were higher, gold would go up. Not if prices are lower, gold would go up. But again, who knows, man? Hey, thank you, Mo. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, y'all hit the like button. Hit the sub button, guys. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. See what the market does. Again, the dollar index is moving up, which I don't know if I necessarily like for the market. Oof. But again, this data was pretty solid. I mean, it was low. The only question is, like, people are saying we now fear a recession. And that could be it here. That could be it. Again, we're going to end this poll that we got going on. 52% of people think we're going to come in higher or lower than expected. Came in lower, so most people were wrong there, it looks like. We're going to do another poll. Does the Fed now pause interest rate hikes in the next Fed meeting? Yes, no. Does the Fed now pause interest rate hikes in the next meeting? Answer that poll. We are also long in the futures market here. You can kind of see us in. We're right now in the E-mini. We bought the pullback after this. Green a little bit now, kind of break even. Trying to get used to trading larger size. Vote on that new poll. 56% of people say no. I think there's a chance we pause. I think it would still be a little bit too premature. I think sustained 25 basis point rate hikes does make sense, but again, who knows? All right, again, slightly green here. Looking for a surge up in the futures market. And again, this is Top Step right now. So this is a platform called Quant Tower, and you can use like 10 plus different platforms. Look at GFAI, guys. Wow. GFAI with a huge like 130, 140% move over the last day. We break under this low, I'll cut it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut that. Lost like 60 bucks, 70 bucks. These PPI numbers are good. Well, they're definitely, it depends on how you look at it, I guess. But I think right now what the market is showing is that the market does probably fear a little bit more of a recession now over inflation. The market is definitely not as inflation fearing as it has been. I think that's the first thing to note here, is that the market is definitely not as inflation fearing as it has been. You know, all right, so we jumped right back in another trade here, and we took profit once already, and we're going to see if we get another pop back up. We've basically retraced over the volume weighted average price. We're flat on the day now, and we're going to see if we get another continuous move back up. Gold is ripping up. The dollar index is retracing some. That's generally going to be good for this futures trade. But again, we're pretty flat on the day now after taking profits. So I want to give it time to bounce, specifically at the VWAP here. And it also depends on what the Dixie does right now. So again, flat on the rest of this. Put it up right here if you guys want to see it. This is the S&P 500 that I'm day trading right now. And you can use this buy market, buy bid, sell the ask. Oh man, let's see what the dollar index does. I want to give it time to stabilize. We've already taken some profit here. Yeah, who knew, Cal? It's one of the reasons, like, a lot of people think that the market's just kind of like wait for good data, buy, wait for bad data, sell. Same thing with earnings, like wait for good earnings, buy, wait for bad earnings, sell. But one thing the market does is it humbles you really quick. It shows you that, like, there's no guaranteed reactions here. All right, so we got a nice little rebound back up. Dollar index looks like it's starting to turn. We're slightly green on this trade now. Or we're very green on this trade specifically, to the point where we're pretty flat on the day because we took some profit already. But I guess the point is, there we go. Starting to get a little pop up. I'm gonna go ahead and cut it right there. All right, so we're now green on the day here. We made some money there. Again, if you want to see it, here's the profit graph right now. We are up about 25 bucks, which is fine. Try to get used to trade the regular E-mini, and we'll trade it a little bit more later on. But like I said, if you want to try out Top Step, day trading futures is just like day trading the S&P 500. So it's what stocks follow and what follows stocks, as well as what gets influenced by this economic data. A lot of people go to like cash accounts or penny stocks trying to day trade. The futures market is where you should be going. There's no PDT restrictions there, and you can essentially day trade the S&P 500. And again, if you want to try that market out with a funded account program where you're taking less risk, but the rewards are similar if you can get funded, here's the link. Check it out. We trade both. So my TOS account right here has got about 40,000 liquid in it. Give or take, varies day to day, but about 40K liquid. Gold flying up right now. Look at gold futures. So many programs in the game. I always feel overwhelmed. What should new players start with not to feel overwhelmed, but don't want to use a broker website? I don't know, man. Like if you only want to trade, what do you try to trade? Yeah, I trade futures like I trade stocks. I buy the SPY just like I buy the E-mini. It's the same thing, same price action. If you look at the E-mini here, just to put it into perspective, here's the E-mini on the left. So here's the futures contract of the SPY, and then here's the SPY itself. So you'll notice it's the same thing. Like this is the same as this, but the difference is that you can trade this left one with no PDT roll in futures. This middle one, you have to have over 25 grand in a margin account to day trade it. So again, one of the edges of futures. All right, gold ripping up, testing highs at 2050s right now. Yeah, GFAI. Look at GFAI right now. I didn't even see this until this morning, but look at a crazy squeeze. First short squeeze that I've seen, like, looks like a genuine short squeeze. I'm assuming this is a short squeeze. First one I've seen in a year. So first big one, that is. We've had some short squeezes, but it's not been. Okay, this isn't a short squeeze, actually. Why is GFAI going up? This could be a pump and dump then. Y'all be careful. The short float's only 5%. So it's not a huge short squeeze or anything like that. What's the reason GFAI is going up though? Oh, it's AI. Or no, let me see. Yeah, this could be a pump and dump. There's no justifiable reason GFAI should be up like this. Uh, it's not really a short squeeze. The short float's only about 5%. So I really don't know why it's up like this. Chat, maybe you guys can help me out. Yeah, what's meant for day trading, Sam? It's not meant for investing, brother. Again, to put it into perspective, the reason they call them futures contracts is simple. I should have held my dead buy on the spot, by the way, but it's all good. But the reason they call them futures contracts is because when they were originally created, what would happen is like farmers would yield their crops, right? But by the time they came to, by the time, when the time came to yield their crops, prices had fluctuated so much to where their margins were all screwed up, and it really messed up their margins, so to speak. And so what they started to do was they started to sell contracts based on the future yields that they would do to lock in prices for profit, and it would allow investors to speculate on said commodities, right? And they ended up calling them futures because you were betting on the future price of a commodity. And so when you hear futures, you're mostly trading commodities, but the loophole that I'm using is the E-mini loophole. The E-mini is just the S&P 500. It's like the SPY. It's the same price action. And so at this point, futures have evolved from simple commodity-based futures to what's called stock index futures. So like the S&P 500 is a stock index fund. You can now trade futures on that and get around the PDT rule completely, and so that's why the futures market is valuable. But that's why they're called futures, is because they were originally created to bet on the future price of a commodity. Anyways, SPY ripping up right now, kind of a delayed reaction to this. Dixie falling back down here, but yeah, nice green action right now on the markets. No, the origin of futures is commodity based. Options are not based off of commodities. And you might hear contract, but it's not like an options contract. Like when I buy a futures contract, I'm buying market, sell market. The only main difference is the sizing. Each futures contract has a specific profit or loss per tick, right? So if I've got 4 contracts of the regular E-mini, every tick up or down is $12.50. So I got 4, I'm losing $50 if it goes against me 1 tick. If it goes in my favor 2 ticks, I'm making $100 with 4 contracts. If I got 1 contract and it goes against me 1 tick, I lose $12.50. If it goes in my direction 1 tick, I make $12.50. The micro E-mini, which is like a smaller size version of the E-mini, which the symbol is MES, every tick up or down is $1.25 contract. So you get 2 contracts. Every tick up or down is $2.50 if you want to lower, smaller sizing. Aside from that sizing difference, futures are very similar to trading stocks. You buy market, sell market, buy bid, sell the ask, all that stuff. You use limit orders, market orders, essentially the same thing. And again, if you want to check out Top Step, link is right here. They are a sponsor of mine though, so I'm certainly biased, of course. Shouldn't the momentum, the good news, have been much higher? Yeah, but I think right now the market is starting to fear a little bit more of a recession, as well as the market's just up so much already that this is kind of what we're seeing. Like the market's just up so much in that regard that this is just kind of what we're seeing now. Is there a minimum initial deposit for futures? Well, no. Well, what Top Step is, Martinez, is that Top Step is a funded account program. So it's really the lowest barrier of entry if you want to get involved with futures. Again, a lot of traders who are good traders but maybe don't have the equity requirements, like to trade futures regularly, you're going to need thousands. But what Top Step is good for is like they give you a demo and they test your skill. And again, it genuinely builds your skill. There's a ton of resources. There's like Trade IQ, which allows you to build rules, and it alerts you when you break rules. And they give you a profit target. Like the base one's a 50K one, so they give you a 50K demo. If you can hit 3K in profit on that demo without losing 2K total or 1,000 a day, and there's some other rules, and make sure to confirm with them about those rules. But as long as you can do that and pass both phases, then they fund you legitimately as a proprietary trader 50 grand with a 90% split. So you take that 50 grand, you make 10K as an example, you keep 9K, they keep 1,000. So if you're good enough, you still get most of the benefits. You're still keeping 90% of your profit. If you're not good enough, you're going to lose much less trying the base package on Top Step than you are to put up, 5 or 10K and then trade that way, and lose even more that way, really. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. But again, they're a sponsor of mine, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But if you want to check them out, like I said, link is in the description. You're not the only day trader. I day trade. I've been day trading today. But again, market's starting to rip back up. And I guess this is the point, is like, you got a lot of people that have come to this chat room over the last 6 months, and they basically acted like it was doom and gloom. The market was going to crash that day, every day. They said, oh, the market's going to crash. The market's going to crash. The market's going to crash. And it's been like every day. And now I think traders are kind of starting to finally see that, like, what I've been telling people over the last 6 months was absolutely right, which is that we might go down, but like the market's already down over the last couple of years. The SPY's already down over the last couple of years. Inflation signs have been getting better, and that's a positive thing. That's a good thing. That's a good sign. It doesn't mean we're not going to drop. It doesn't mean we're not going to hit a recession this year. But what it means is that, like, sensationalizing market crashes because Michael Burry predicted it, a month or two ago. At a certain point, you got to start, zooming out a little bit and understanding Burrow's bias, or not Joe Burrow, the great, Burry's bias, which is that he's always going to think a market crashes around the corner. And maybe we do crash. Again, I don't know. But again, I think if traders can learn anything, I've been kind of standing here telling people we don't have to crash, getting a lot of heat for it. And if you look at the last 6 months, we've been absolutely right about it. The market's basically ripped up since January this year. And so, yeah, it doesn't mean we're done. It doesn't mean we're not going to move up more. It doesn't mean we're not going to move down more. But I guess the point is, like, if you listen to all these doomsday YouTubers who tell every single video they're telling you the market's going to crash, it starts to kind of chip away at your bias. And so just understand the big long-term edge of any market, of blue chips especially, is that generally with blue chips in the S&P 500, they're going to go up long-term. It's one of the biggest edges that you can find in the market, is that blue chips go up long term. Generally, the S&P 500 gives you 6 to 12% a year on average. So don't go chasing rainbows, or don't go chasing waterfalls. Listen to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to, I guess, is the point. Definitely top 3 quotes ever. GFAI, guys, right under $40. Yeah, you're allowed to make over that, but you're just going to have to get into some other trades. Yeah, Burry's called 23 of the last 2 market crashes. SPY pull it back a little bit now again, but let's see if it bounces now. We've kind of gone sideways from this release, which to talk about bearish things a little bit, I think that this was an underreaction to the PPI data, considering how much better than expected it was. And so again, what this could mean is that the market is now fearing a recession over inflation. Inflation is less of a worry now. Market is more so fearing a recession. Now, prices are still very much conventionally high, but look at the dollar index breakdown, which is, again, good for the market right now. The dollar index has pumped up a lot over the last year, and it's still green on the year too. So the dollar index needed to come down because it's just been ramping up way too high in 2022. So starting to break lows again, down to 101 area now. Large caps are high, but small and mid caps are near lows. Well, small and mid caps are terrible companies generally, Ryan. I mean, new investors, naive traders end up getting wrapped up in investing into penny stocks, and they're all terrible companies, brother. Like, they're just terrible. If you look at almost every major penny stock that people talk about, their long-term chart is just straight down. And that's not something that is only recent. That's something that is very consistent over the last 30 years. Like, penny stocks are terrible. Like, most large caps that you see now did not start off as penny stocks. Most large caps IPO'd and immediately went to mid cap or large cap status, like Facebook. There's a lot of examples. Like, sure, there's a couple that started off as penny stocks, but it's certainly not a majority of them. And that's one of the biggest misconceptions that penny stock investors use to justify buying them, is that they say, oh, well, every stock started out as a penny stock. Not true. Not true at all. Most, really healthy companies did not start off as penny stocks. Some of them did, though. But I guess the point is that a large majority of them will fail. And investing in them is one of the biggest sucker bets you could ever do in the market. If you don't want to miss the next Amazon or the next Tesla, which did start off as penny stocks, buy them when they start to run up after being penny stocks. Like, buy them when they start to break $10 to $15 and they hold those levels for extended periods of time. I'm not talking about GFAI. This is incredibly shady, but that's what you do. You don't have to buy OTC pink sheet penny stocks. Think of the Wolf of Wall Street. Airtime International, cutting edge. It's a shack. Just sensationalism. Yeah, it's probably profitable if you could short them, but the problem is you're not going to be able to short most of them. The reason you're not going to be able to short them is because penny stocks don't have shorts available most of the time, because the people who loan shares out so you can short stocks are long-term investors who don't really care about short-term fluctuations. And so when a stock is easy to borrow, it means that there's a lot of long-term investors willing to loan out shares to you because they're healthy companies. And so, I guess the point is, when a long-term investor loans you shares out, if you want to know what shorting really is, and I've given this analogy a couple times, but what shorting is kind of like you go to your neighbor and you say, yo, let me borrow a bag of sugar. And a bag of sugar costs $1. And so you borrow a bag of sugar from your neighbor, you sell it, you take the $1, you wait for the price of sugar to drop to 50 cents. You buy a bag of sugar back for 50 cents, and then you return it to your neighbor and you profit the 50-cent difference. That's what shorting is. But your neighbor in that scenario is a long-term investor. The problem with penny stocks, the reason you can't short most of them is because they don't have long-term investors sitting in them like that, because they're terrible companies and no long-term investor is really going to hold it for 10 years. They're terrible companies. The odds are stacked against them if they do that, and most of them are just going to go down to nothing. And so you don't have long-term investors in penny stocks. That's why they're not easy to borrow. Most of the time, if you do have shares, you got to locate those shares, pay massive percentages and fees just to be able to short them. And even still, it's still very difficult to find actual penny stocks that are shortable for that exact reason. And the reason is they're terrible long-term companies that no investor in their right mind really wants to sit in unless they're new. And they get talked into it by a bunch of bag holders that are sitting on it for years, losing money. That's the reality of it. No, it's definitely the top 3 training video in the world, John Connor. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who I got that from. I could use any other analogy, though. That's the easiest one for people to understand what it actually is, though, regardless of where I got it. I don't remember where I got it, but that's the easiest way to put it. One of the dynamics to look at for PPI data, though, and this is an important thing, the dollar index is breaking down today. But one of the dynamics here is core PPI, so PPI excluding food, energy, and transport, did come in higher than expected. It was still lower than last time by a noticeable margin, but it did come in higher than expected. They expected 3.1, and it's the least relevant PPI report, to be honest, but they expected 3.1. It showed up at 3.6%. So maybe that is having some influence, but again, it's the least relevant data point. And the reason I talk about penny stocks like that so much is because I created this channel to help people. And one of the ways I can help people is by telling them how it really is. And how it really is like a lot of the communities that you see built around specific stocks are built around traders who are losing so much money that through confirmation bias, they're just so desperate for that stock to come back up that they're just spilling out all this positive opinion on the stock. Like, oh yeah, it's the greatest stock ever. Oh yeah, it's got all this stuff going on. The reality is, even if you find due diligence that's favorable for a specific penny stock, they're so sensationalized that you don't even know if it's necessarily accurate or realistic talking points. Like, their job is to pump that stock up. Again, Aerotine International, cutting edge firm out the Midwest, awaiting imminent patent approval on the next generation of radar detectors, civilian and military uses, off of the Wolf of Wall Street, right? What was he doing? He was pumping up a penny stock. Same concept here, except with penny stocks, if you buy something at $10 and it drops to $3 and you're down 70% on that trade, a lot of people, instead of selling those day trades, are going to sit in them. They're going to hold them, and they're going to become long-term bag holders, just desperately hoping they come back up one day. And then when you have enough people that get into that crappy situation, that's when those communities are formed. And so if you look at the penny stocks that have the largest communities, it's generally penny stocks that have gone like this. It's generally penny stocks that have gone like this. You know what I mean? Like, it's penny stocks that have gone up and then just slammed down on people, and now they're going like this, and everybody's like, oh, it's the greatest stock ever now. That's kind of what happens. So my point here is, like, if you're new, don't get wrapped up in that. Okay, buy Apple, buy Disney, buy Google. I'm not telling you to buy anything. Don't buy anything based off of me. But what I'm saying is, don't buy penny stocks and invest in them. They're terrible companies. If you're going to put money in them, you got to be willing to lose every cent you put in there. Blue chips in the S&P 500 are going to give you far more consistent returns on investments than any penny stock will. It's not a theory. I disagree massively, Gabby. I think if you look at almost every sector of penny stock over the last 10 years, a large majority of them fail. So regardless of how much you've diversified into them, a large majority of them fail. The ones that haven't failed are generally sideways. And most large blue chips did not start off as penny stocks. But again, we can agree to disagree. It's all good. The market is generally good, but for the PPI data is generally going to be seen as positive. But again, in my opinion, we've had a little bit of an underreaction to the PPI data. Anyways. Crypto going up. Yeah, I would imagine it's moving up with the dollar falling down. Yeah, Bitcoin at 30.5 thousand. Yeah, dollar index still falling. See if the market bounces up from this. Yeah, but if it's not listed on the U.S. Exchange, Sam, then it doesn't really matter. Did you see? Yeah, so gold reacted really positively to this report. Look at it, up to 2060s here for gold, which is kind of interesting because, like, I thought people said gold was a hedge against inflation. So with inflation prices lower, shouldn't gold being a hedge against that inflation go lower? I'm not saying I'm mad about it. It's not like I'm losing money here, but it's kind of opposite of the correlation that I assumed would be there. But again, I guess the point there is that gold has been following the S&P 500 in the market over the last couple of days with CPI, with PPI, and all that stuff. So I guess it's not a surprise. Yeah, market is pumping up. All right, guys. So market looking like a flag pattern, kind of a. If we look at the triangle-like pattern here, there's the flag pattern. Let's see if it actually holds, but you can kind of see the flag there. Another one of my platforms, guys, that's a sponsor of mine. And really, I only have 2 sponsors because I genuinely look to only accept like good, like reasonable sponsors. So I'm going to preface this plug with they are a sponsor of mine. And so I'm certainly biased in their favor. I can't guarantee you're going to have any results, any profit, or anything like that from Chart Prime. But if you look at this, they're a trading view indicator service. And honestly, they're really, really cool. Like, I was originally skeptical when I looked at them, but then I started actually looking at their indicators. They're like in my opinion, they're better than a lot of the other big indicator services. And again, what they do is they give you custom signals and custom alerts. They never tell you to buy. They just it's kind of like adding a custom VWAP or something like that. They give you reversal alerts, potential reversal alerts. They give you candlestick momentum patterns. They automatically document support and resistance. Their trend line here is very powerful for movement on a shorter term basis. And again, I can't fake what I'm about to show you. It's very cheap as well, and you can use it in stocks, crypto, forex, futures. Like, look at this. It literally calls the very top, and this does not repaint. All right, so when they show up in real time. Look, reversal up signal, huge bounce. This is a 4-hour chart, so bounce over literal weeks after that alert. Here's the same thing: bearish engulfing candle and a reversal down signal, drop over hours and hours. Again, reversal up signal here, you get a bounce. Reversal up signal here, you get a bounce. Look at the very top called reversal down, drops over literal days of price action. And again, I can't fake that. And so you can use them on longer term trades. I use them a ton with mine. You can also put up a 1-minute chart and use them on like a shorter term basis with like day trading or scalping or whatever. And again, same concept here. It's given us 2 alerts in pre-market. And again, I didn't even look at this today because I know they're generally pretty accurate. Again, same concept here. This is the 2 alerts they gave today. And again, if you find multiple showing up together at once, look, bullish engulfing candles. So you got 2 bullish engulfing candles and the reversal up signal. You get a bounce over 30 plus minutes after that. Again, reversal down signal here. Look at this. You get a bounce or a drop over the next like 15 minutes. And so powerful. And when you think about it, you get 40% off. It's only $34 a month or so. $34 a month. You could use it in stocks, crypto. A lot of people use it on Bitcoin as well. Again, it's called Chart Prime. It is a trading view indicator service. And again, it can just be a really powerful thing, in all honesty. And again, if you want to check it out, there is the link. I'll put the link in the description as well. But again, genuinely useful for my trading, and I do use it a ton. So check it out. I'll put the link up in the description. Again, at checkout, you'll get 40% off if you use my link. So at checkout, you can also use the promo code BTRADE if you want, or BTRADES. So check it out. Here's the link. Market's starting to bounce a little bit here. Dollar index defending 101. Yeah, starting to bounce a little bit there. Dollar index is not really super like short-term technical driven though, in all honesty. It's more so just trending what the dollar's doing. But it's not like super tech driven, I don't think, on like a really short-term basis for the Dixie. All right, guys. So far, green day. Green in futures, green in stocks. I should have held that dip. We bought the dip, just to put it into perspective, guys. We bought this dip in futures right here, right around that volume weighted average price pullback, and we should have held it. But we made a little bit. We made like $100 from the trade or so, but we could have made more. The S&P 500 had the flag, but of course it doesn't mean anything. Nobody knows what's going to happen here. More breakdown. I keep dollar index inverse with minus Dixie to follow gold. Well, gold has been moving. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Gold has been moving with the market. You know, again, to put it into perspective, this is how we know gold is moving with the market. Is like if we look at the SPY yesterday. Where is it? Yeah, so if we look at the SPY yesterday from the CPI report, SPY had a huge bullish response to CPI. Here's the full response to CPI. If we look at gold's response to the CPI report, which was yesterday, gold had a very similar reaction to CPI. What it did, you can see here's the S&P 500 right here. And then here's gold right here on the left, right? So they both ripped up and faded down, ripped up and then faded down. And so gold and the S&P 500 are following each other right now. I will say gold, in my opinion, has been a better long-term investment than the S&P. If you look at gold since 2000 is basically 4x'd. S&P 500 has only done about 2.5x over the last 20 years. So you can make a lot of money from penny stocks. You can lose even more. You're 100% correct. Yeah, I mean, well, Sash, it's not that I'm bored of you. It's all good, man. You know, again, I'm not convinced you haven't been here before and been banned, but you know, again, it's all good. But I guess the point is, gold has been a better longer term investment than the S&P. Again, the S&P is about 2.5x over the last 20 years. Gold's 4x. So. And no offense, Saj. I'm not saying you're not a hedge fund guy, but like, no offense, bro. I don't believe anybody in chat, man. So many people just kind of lie to get validation or whatever it is. I'm not saying that's you, but I'm also saying like I don't know if I necessarily believe anybody in chat, bro. All right, guys, we got about 18 minutes. Will today be another rug pull? Whew, I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, like I said, people can say whatever they want. I'm okay with it. Like, you know, say whatever you guys want. It doesn't matter to me, man. Again, I'm not saying you don't do that either, Saj. I'm just, but I'm understandably skeptical of everybody in chat because you gotta understand. Like, I've had so many people over the years be like, bro, I've had people that wanted to work with me, right? I've had people that have worked with my channel be like, they've come to me and they've been like, yo, John, they've been like, yo, John, thank you so much, man. I just started learning trading last month and you've just helped me grow so much over the last year. Thank you so much, man. You know, or I've just learned trading a couple months before I started watching you and you've helped me grow so much over the last year. Thank you so much, John. And I'll be like, oh yeah, no worries, man. And then they were really active in my Discord. And before you know it, bro, they went from, hey, I just started trading to, hey guys, I've been day trading for 30 years. Yesterday I made 60K. And I'm just kind of like, what are you talking about, man? So I guess the point is people on YouTube, they'll say whatever they'll say. I try to be as honest as I can because I don't want the pressure, you know. At this point, if I wanted to, I could pretend to be some super profitable guru and just do a bunch of sensationalized marketing. My house is a very nice house. Like, I've got a freaking library, you know. If I wanted to use that to sell a sleazy day trading course and try to act like all the money was made from stocks, I could very easily, and I would make bank doing it. But I'd rather not have that pressure. I'd rather just be honest with people, you know. Yeah, I'm not saying he's not smart, but you know. Yeah. Hey, join the Discord, guys. Yeah, dollar index still looking weak. SPY kind of moving with it though at this point in time. So the SPY's kind of moving with it. Yeah. Yeah, all good, Saj. No worries, man. Can you tell how long people have subscribed from the chat? That's some of them. Yeah. But it's not about that. It's more so like people get banned and then they'll create another name and then they'll get banned again and then they'll create another name. And, you know, some of them are just unhealthily obsessed. My guess is like some of them I know in real life. Like I've got a couple friends on Facebook. Like I've got this one friend who just doesn't have anything going for him. You know, he's just kind of struggling. You know, some of the speech patterns that I've seen from some of the people in the chat do seem a lot like him. But of course, you never know for sure. You know. But I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. You could. It's up to John to include the candle wicks when you draw the flag pattern. Sometimes it just depends. It depends on how you want to do it. I mean, you can. Some people include the wicks, some don't. I usually do. I think the wicks, like one of the big technical things to watch for, are isolation patterns. So like when you get an isolated high way up here, you know what I mean? Technical patterns work because other people think they work. You know. And so when you get like a really isolated level up there, generally it can be powerful of a level because other people see it much clearer. Like it's so isolated up there. The rejection was so solid up there that when other people look at the chart, they see the pattern too. And so when everybody sees that one isolated level, it can be a strong support or resistance level. So I certainly include wicks in my drawings, but you know, it's all kind of preference based, I guess. Yeah, definitely, Sam. I got a PhD in, you know, rocket science, but you know, definitely top 3 most smart people ever. But I don't think most smart is right. Smartest, I think, would be correct. Only the top 3 smartest people in the world would know that, though. AMC at 540 starting to move up. AMC's actually had a little run. My question, though, like I said this morning, is who was Cohen talking about today? He said he talked with a big CEO with a highly paid or with super highly paid executive company. It's got to be GameStop, I think, to be honest. He has networked with GameStop. They pay their executives super high amounts of money. Business is struggling. Was once a great American brand. I think it could be GameStop. Scott's story. Honestly, at this point, I don't even want to mention that guy. That guy was just off, bro. I think people get lonely. And I think people get lonely. And so yeah, but that would be even more of a reason for him to try to work it out. I remember having 50 to 100 people per stream. Now it gets thousands. Yeah, we've grown a lot. Because again, when you hear me talk about penny stocks, the reason I talk about them is because I actually traded them and invested in them for a long time. And so I understand like how predatory of a market it is. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, but like when I started gravitating away from that, when I started pushing away from that, I should say, that's when I started to make more money, you know? And so I understand because I've been there and I've done that. I think a lot of new traders get involved with that, but you know, it comes from experience. Bonfire, bro. Yeah, it's still a funny time. Yeah, during the AMC traders, like anybody that looks at that objectively is going to know that I told people that I thought they should I thought it was time to get out at 500 plus for GameStop. But they got so upset with me at the time. They got just angry. Said, "Oh, this dude's not a supporter." It's like, no, dude. At a certain point, if you're up that big of a percentage in anything, the right move is to take some profit. But greed is a powerful thing, man. Hey, what's up, crypto? Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, channel started to grow once we stopped trading penny stocks, though. We stopped, we just started covering economic data. That's when we really started growing. So tomorrow we have retail sales and bank earnings that will affect crypto. So that'll be an interesting dynamic too. Okay. Yeah, I know he's on the board, but all right. Well, who's he talking about? Bed Bath and Beyond CEOs aren't really paid that much. Like the CEO of BBBY only gets paid about 250K, and I'm not saying that's chopped liver, but like as the CEO of a very well-known company, 250K ain't that much. Could be talking about AMC. How much are AMC? What's Adam Aaron's? But I think Adam Aaron owned so many shares of AMC too. All right, so Adam Aaron and AMC in 21 made 1.5 million as salary, 6 million bonus, and 11.4 million stock compensation. Okay, he's got to be talking about AMC. He's got to be talking about AMC, right? He can't be Bed Bath & Beyond, not super highly paid CEOs. If he's not talking about GameStop, which is the only other argument there. If you think bank earnings are not relevant to crypto triple, then you're not paying attention, brother. One of the reasons Bitcoin is back up to over 30,000 right now is because of the banking crisis that happened over the last couple months. The banking weaknesses made people flock to crypto and Bitcoin. And so bank earnings, basically bank health right now, will certainly impact crypto to a certain extent. How much, we don't know, but I think there's an obvious correlation there in those two. And again, chat, let me know if you agree or disagree with me. I don't know. We'll see. Or unless I'm responding to a wrong question, which I guess is possible. GameStop board is paid in equity. They're the opposite of overpaid executives. No. Coin up almost $1. Paid by stock share. I understand triple, but again, I just disagree, and we can disagree there. But again, I think a very obvious and self-evident thing in the crypto market was the increase in Bitcoin's price that was very obviously correlated with the banking weakness. We made a lot of videos. We covered this a lot. As the bank started to fail, Bitcoin started to go up, and there's generally not an inverse correlation with Bitcoin in the market, and so, or there's generally a positive correlation between the SPY and Bitcoin, just like you can see on CPI data, where CPI caused the market to go up initially, Bitcoin to go up initially, dip afterwards, Bitcoin dipped afterwards, and so there's generally a positive correlation between Bitcoin and the S&P 500. But during all that, there was an opposite correlation there where the market was falling, banks were falling, yet Bitcoin was going up. Why do you think that is? Edward, PPI came in what many would consider better than expected. It came in at minus 0.5% versus positive 0.1% expected. So prices were much lower than expected, which overall is probably, I mean, it's pretty universally considered positive for inflation. But the question now, I guess, is, are recession fears changing that influence? Yeah, he already went down with BBBY, and when he exited, their blank jumped. Yeah, 100%. Remember that. AMC is interesting. Who knows? He's very cryptic. Yeah, for sure. My guess is it's AMC. Unless, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything else Cohen could be interested in, but I don't think it's BBBY. I don't think it is GameStop, I guess. I think it could be GameStop. It could be AMC. I think once we officially go into the recession, the market will see one more swing down, and the Fed will pivot to quantitative easing, and again, markets will fly. I don't know. They printed a lot of money during the banking problem over the last month. So, oh man, I forgot to put my chart up here. Oops, let me put it up. We're gonna get ready to trade futures, and we already have been trading futures to a certain extent today. And again, guys, hit that sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. But yeah, I got a couple friends that are just not really doing that hot, that are potentially like trolls in my chat room. What they need to understand is no matter how weird they get with me, like honestly, sometimes the drama actually helps the channel. You know, so like sometimes people tune in for the drama because it makes it a little bit more entertaining than me just kind of sitting here talking about stocks. And so the trolling, they might think it does something, but it might actually help the channel, number one. Number two is just kind of like, it just means they're in a rough place in their life. And I can't even blame them. I mean, listen, I've got some of them that are like pumping. I've had to delete so many. I made a post yesterday on my Facebook. I've had so many friends that are freaking pumping pyramid scheme, multi-level marketing nonsense, man. Like, how do people get wrapped up in that stuff, dude? Like, how do people get wrapped up in multi-level marketing, bro? Like, less than 0.1% of people make money, like net profit in multi-level marketing. Who in their right mind is going to fall for that anymore? Like, I don't understand it. Like, they pander to people who want to seem like business owners. And I told them a million times, but it's like, bro, if you can make money selling MLM stuff, you could make far more money selling anything else. Real estate agent. You could create your own product and sell that. You don't need to sell a MLM. You're going to make more money selling your own product if you have a network that's got it like that. You know, you make so much more money selling your own stuff. Like, don't fall for those MLMs, man. I don't get it. So many people. You burn bridges with your friends and family. You know? Like, I make money in marketing. I have never once ever tried to sell a friend or family member anything, ever. Because I don't have to, you know? Because the stuff that I promote is not MLMs, you know? Yeah, it's unfortunate. I feel bad. But I don't understand how people get wrapped up in it. All right, guys. Opening bells pretty soon. Let's do this. Minute and a half or so. Trolls pop their head up from the ground. Game on, John. Game on. Troll's gonna troll. You keep the peace nicely. Hey, we try. Yeah, they brainwash you. They really do, bro. They really do. The problem though is like if whatever company you work for teaches you to not listen to your family, don't work for that company. You know, like a lot of MLMs will literally train you to avoid criticism from them. If they have to do that, bro, don't work for them. PPI's out already. It came out like it came out an hour ago. Yeah, Justin. I mean, it's just kind of how it goes. One thing I've learned is like people are really, like friends and family are very rarely happy for you if you do well at anything. They're very rarely happy for you, man. Like they're more so upset about it. Like in the end, people say they want the best for you. Very rarely do they. I mean, my family does. Like I got a lot of family that does, but a lot of them don't too. A lot of them just get weird, like bitter vibes from, you know. Anyways, market's about to open up right now. All right, so market opened up. Again, we were already up a little bit heading into the opening bell, up a little bit. No. Sash says, wouldn't you agree every corporation has a pyramid scheme? Absolutely not. Pyramid schemes make more from signing up other sellers than they do from actually selling products. It's a huge difference. You know, like for instance, I do marketing, right? Nothing, I've never signed up another, you know, affiliate ever. You know what I mean? I certainly don't make more money doing it. I make money from selling products, you know, which is how it should be. You know, if you make more money signing up other sellers, then that's a scheme. That's a pyramid. That's the point. SPY consolidating right now, right around the volume weighted average price. So it's trying to hold. It's trying to hold right around the volume weighted average price. Yeah, for sure, Chris. That's the only way to be, man. You gotta hang out with like-minded people. Realistically, market's starting to pump up some here. Still ripping up. Let's see if we hold. Yeah, I don't know. I'm proud to say I've never got caught up in an MLM scheme ever in my life. I've got very close to it though. I'll tell you a story once I stop covering the market. Just remind me if I forget. But I'll tell you that story later. I'm gonna focus on the market right now. But yeah, I got some fun stories. What's my win rate? Ooh, I don't know. It depends on the day. I try to go with 2-to-1, but you know, sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse. Depends on what type of trading as well. But at the same time, I don't claim to be an expert. I don't claim to be even a good trader. I don't sell a course. You know, so don't claim to be anything. Just kind of a resource and community. Dollar index still breaking down. SPY starting to consolidate a little bit more towards the top, holding at the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it does hold that level. If we break underneath that level, I might short it, but I'm going to give it time. And if we hold and consolidate a little bit more and then pull back, maybe I'll buy it. But we got to wait and see. Big pullback here. And again, if we break under the volume weighted average price, we will short it. But got to be patient here and wait. Consolidating, bouncing right off of that volume weighted. Right at the VWAP now, just broke underneath the VWAP here. Again, I'm going to give it a couple minutes until we actually get confirmation in this. Let's see if I can get the chart prime to give me an audio. Let me see. Let me see here, team. Just kind of waiting, mostly consolidation. I don't really like anything. Gold's still looking very strong, consolidating, trying to move back up. SPY testing the top of that range again, rejecting at the top. We got a very clear sideways range. Let's draw it really quick. Here's the obvious sideways range that I'm seeing right now. So again, I'm going to wait for us to break out of this range before I really get interested in buying up anything at this point. It's too neutral. Very sideways opening bell, which is kind of surprising because we got most of the big economic data done with. Big breakdown there. There's the dump. Huge rejection. I don't know if this is a little bit early. Let's see if we got a little flush there. Slightly green. Slightly green. We broke under the 200 EMA now, but I want to give it time to really firmly break. There we go. All right, so we just cut that. Maybe we should have taken some larger size because it was actually not the big breakdown that we wanted, but we were right about the directional. So we're up about $70 on the day now, or give or take here. We might short into this pop too. All right, so there's one contract short. See if we get a quick flush back down. There we go. I'm just going to go ahead and cut it and lock in a little bit more profit. I could have gotten a little bit more, I think, but I'm starting to get used to trading this way. So we're up about 90 on the day now, a little bit under 100. I'm starting to get used to trading. I'm trying to get used to trading this, but at this point, at least we got a cushion. We are consolidating around the 200 EMA, so I want to look at this level like a potential resistance. And yeah, there's the resistance right there. The 200 EMA, if I can draw it on the screen real quick, is about right. Right about there is the 200 EMA. So question is, are we going to be choppy or are we going to reject here off the VWAP? VWAP is about right here. All right, starting to get a rebound back up to the top. Try to just be patient right now, in all honesty. Now, we're going to buy one contract here. We got a cushion that we can kind of let work a little bit more now, but we're not going to hold it forever. So you kind of see we're battling the volume weighted average price now. I want to give it time to move up a little bit more. All right, so we just cut that one too. Now we are up about 130 on the day or so, about 130, 126 or so. Profit factor today. Here's the graph. Profit factor today is about 243. Win-loss ratio about 5 to 1 so far. Not bad. No losing trades yet. Consolidating now. I like that down wick. Big pullback now. Market looks weak. Hit the 200 EMA on the SPY. You can see that yellow line that we just tapped that we've been talking about. Hit that level pretty solidly. And again, if you want to check out Top Step, I'll put the link up one more time. This is a funded account program. And again, if you want to day trade, but you don't have 25K, this is the easiest way to do it, to be honest. This is what most of the pros do if they don't have that much equity. There's no PDT in futures, and I'm day trading the S&P 500 at the SPY, basically, in the futures contract. There's no PDT rule, so I can day trade short in futures without PDT restriction. And Top Step is the cheapest way, cheapest barrier of entry for that, where they give you a demo. And if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules and conditions, they fund you between 50,000 all the way up to 150K. And so it's a really unique position where learning to take this and taking this challenge builds your skill for sure. If you're good enough to pass it, you still keep 90% of your profit. But if you fail it, which I think is most people, I think most people are going to fail it. You're only down like 140 bucks, basically. If you use my link, you get 20% off. So you're only down like 140 bucks. And so it really is the best of both worlds. Genuinely builds skill, as well as if you're good enough to trade, here, I'm going to buy this dip. If you're good enough to trade and get funded, then, you got the potential to make a lot more with a 90% split. Ugh, just huge rejection here. I'm letting the profit that I have on the day work. All right, so we just lost some. Went back to a red day now. We're down 50 bucks, unfortunately. You can kind of see we're back down to a red. But what I did there, guys, and hope you guys can learn from it. I'm going to pivot to the micro E-mini. What I did was that I built up a cushion, and then I used a little bit more risk into that cushion. But right now, just be careful. We're just getting straight up chop on the day today. Just straight up chop. It's just not really doing anything, which is surprising considering we did have like pretty big economic results. I guess people could be waiting for retail sales to show up, but just a very sideways market. Yeah, if you want to check them out, here's the link. Great way to help support the channel. Again, yeah, maybe the 4th today, possibly the 5th. But yeah, if you want to check them out, here's the link. Crypto's better than penny stocks, in my opinion, because crypto, you can use leverage. There's no PDT restrictions. And long-term graph of crypto goes up way more than penny stock graph ever does, you know. What's going on? Market's just choppy right now, guys. Market's sideways, choppy. Again, we can draw the range here and like hope the market does something, but it's just kind of market since the opening bell. We had an initial good string of trades, but the market since the opening bell is just kind of, I like to show you guys what it's done. It's just kind of gone up and down and up and down. Basically chop, and that's all right. Market's starting to move back up. Maybe test the top of the range. Just be careful. This is one of the choppiest days I've seen in a while, man. How you guys doing today? You guys doing good? Bad? Let me know. We're pretty flat on the day now. What about the NQ, the NASDAQ? We can take a look at it. All right, so here's the MQ. Wait, what's the NQ symbol? Oh, wait, NQM3, I think is what it is. There it is. All right, so here's the NQ right now. MQ doing a little bit better than the S&P, but not much. So the NASDAQ's looking a little bit better. Bag secured. Nice. Flat. Yeah, it's a neutral day. Come down a little. NQ starting to dip a little bit now. Starting to consolidate towards the top of the range. I'm hoping we break it now, honestly. If we reject at the top of this range, then that's really confirming the sideways trend, and you know, there's just not really any edge. Starting to creep up though. We are at, to be fair, we are at the top of the range. I am in another trade on the E-mini here. We're about to maybe cut it right now. All right, so we just got out. So we are back up to where we were before, essentially. Part of me thinks I should just kind of lay it down while I'm ahead. Here's the profit graph. You can kind of see it pivoting up and down here. So if we look at the profit graph, we're going up, we're going down, we're back up. Now we're up to where, again, we're up about 125 on the day. I'll take it, but not really the easiest day to trade. I think we're starting to test the top of the range, though. So we'll see, but there's the big pullback here, so maybe that intuition was right. Big pullback now. So good thing I cut it. Big dump. Let's see if we got some news to justify the drop. The Bank of England chief economist says current level of rates are weighing against inflation. ECB's Vassal says underlying inflation is moving in the wrong direction, mulling 25 and 50 rate hike options for May. Such a choppy day. Such a sideways market right now, though. Again, if you zoom out, I always like this song. This song is kind of cool. Yeah, it's not really crazy. It's just kind of... Yeah, I thought we'd be doing something, Cal, with the good data. I thought we'd be at least volatile. Even if we broke down, it would give me a better opportunity to day trade and give me some dip buys to get into his swings, but we just don't really have that. Since the market is choppy, though, I can do my story. If you guys want to hear the story of the time I almost got stuck in a multi-level marketing scheme. If you guys want to hear that story, I'll go ahead and spit that one out. It was a bad one, too. This is the NASDAQ, Kane. Go ahead. Yeah, I figure I might as well do something. Market's kind of slow right now. Let me entertain you with my story. So yeah, the only MLM that I've ever almost got called in was like my wife knew this girl from school, like an obscure old friend that she hadn't seen in years, right? So old girl moves out to Texas, doesn't have any friends or family out here, and is kind of struggling financially. And the only job that she could really get out here was for like a door-to-door multi-level marketing scheme selling alarms, like house alarms or something like that, you know. And I didn't know of it at the time, right? So this was me like 10 years ago. And so I'm like, and so she comes out here, and like her and my wife were all cool. I felt she might be trying to use us for like a place to stay, you know, because but we didn't let her live like stay at our place because we didn't really have room. My daughter was 3 at the time, and I had been bartending and stuff. Um, but like on my off time, I was gonna go work for her. But anyways, so she was around, and she was like, "Yo, look, you know, you could bartend and do this at the same time, you know." And then I was like, "Well, how much does it pay?" And she's like, "Oh, well, $400 a week." So at the time, to me, $400 a week was a lot of money. You know, this was 10 years ago. So $400 was like, oh man, $400 a week. Wow. Now I couldn't buy, you know, food for that a week with $400. But anyways, so I'm like, okay, great. You know, sign me up. Where do we go? You know, and she's like, yeah, we're just selling alarm systems. You know, we're setting people up with alarms, house alarms. And so I'm like, okay, great. And I go, and she's like, yeah, the meeting's at this time, you know, at this building. And I'm like, okay, cool. And we go to the meeting, and very quickly, I realized that it was door to door MLM alarm sales. And so I'm just kind of like, oh no. Like, I'm not really a super pushy person. I'm definitely top 3 pushiest people ever, but I'm not really the pushiest person in the world. I don't really like forcing people to do anything. I always like giving people options. And so door to door sales is just not my, it's not my, as Austin Power said, it's not my bag, baby. You know, it's just not something I necessarily want to do. Um, and so as soon as I realized it was door to door, I started panicking. And so I dealt with their meeting, and it was like a hyped up sales meeting, kind of like Wolf of Wall Street. Like, hey, we're going to go out there, you know, don't take no for an answer, you know, blah, 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 you know. And they give me my uniform, and they're like, all right, John, hop in the van, let's go. And I remember just being like, hey guys, I'm going to go run to my house. I forgot my shoes. You know, if we're going door to door, I need my shoes, you know, and they gave me my uniform and then they never saw me again. Not today. You know, listen, where they get people with multi-level marketing. Market's starting to test the top of the range again. We'll see if we actually break out of the range now. Yeah, I don't know. XO. I never ended up doing it. I just kind of pretended like I had to go grab something and just never showed up. And honestly, she was kind of mad at me afterwards. Like, she was mad that I like led her on. I'm sitting there like, bro, I led you on. You told me I would make 400 guaranteed a week, and then you put me in a multi-level marketing door-to-door sales job, which is what they do. Right? They'll tell you, oh, great, look at me, luxury cars. I'm making so much money doing this. And they're never making that much money. You know, like, they're just lying to you, you know? And that's how they get you, is that they get you in the meeting, and then they pressure you, and they hope that you're just too nice to like say no. I was too nice to say no, but I was just not going to say anything and just leave. But yeah, and anyways, Carol stayed friends with her for a little while afterwards. Eventually, she got pregnant by some dude who just kind of rolled out. And so then, like, I remember the girl, she dated this other guy who apparently like got with her like while she was like pregnant with another dude's baby. And like, honestly, in my mind, I'm like, oh, well, she's just looking for a check, which she 100% was. Like, she just wanted somebody to like take care of her, you know? So it's like, she couldn't even wait till she had the baby to like find another guy. And the guy had just not had that many girls. And so he just kind of fell for it. Eventually she had the baby, and then old boy's mom heard about like what was going on, you know? And so old boy's mom was just kind of like, did what every mom in that situation should do, which is be like, I'm not going to say his name, but they're going to be like, Bill, you need to just get out of there. Like, never talk to that person again. That person is using you. You know, she is using you for money. Like, she does not like you. You know, she's about to she's about to have another man's baby, you know. And that's the story. And I felt kind of bad for her. I really do. But Then she got into the point where she started trying to talk Carol into leaving me. She tried to talk Carol into leaving me. My guess was so that she could have a place to stay, because I was the biggest opponent to her living at her house. I was just kind of like, look, I'm not gonna, like, no, you can't live here. Like, we're not. Listen, married life is hard. Relationship life is hard. It's way harder if you've got somebody else living with you. Like, you know what I mean? Raising a family is hard. It's way harder if you've got some other person in the house with you that you don't really know that well. You know, uh, yeah, just kind of desperate. Terrible person, honestly, terrible person. When the dude left, she was so distraught over it. I'm sitting there thinking, and she's like, I can't. And she was mad at the mom. And I'm sitting there like, bro, that mom did what every mom should do, which is say, son, run away from this person. Run away. Like, she just wants money. Like, do not stay here. And yeah, and then she tried to talk Carol into leaving me. And then as soon as she did that, she would try to get Carol to go out to like clubs and stuff. And Carol's like a new mom, and I'm not saying Carol can't go. Carol do whatever she wants to do. But Carol didn't want to. Carol's like, look, hey, I'm married. I got kids. You know what I mean? Like, and so eventually Carol was just kind of like, Carol saw through it. Carol was like, hey, like, this person just wants a place to stay. And then she got mad and like banned us. And I think she ended up finding another dude to just predatory is really what it is, unfortunately. Yeah, the dude she never saw that guy again, dude. And she was upset about it too. But again, anyways, market's still choppy. So if you're mad at me for telling stories, honestly, the market looks exactly the same when I started the story as when I ended it. So yeah, listen, I'm not even mad, honestly, Laura. I kind of understand, but what she should have done is find the dad and make him pay child support. That's what she should have done. But she went a different route. Anyways. No, the dude listened. You could tell he cared about his mom. Yeah, Carol was telling me about it, and I remember just being like, dude, if that was my son, I would do the same thing, man. I hope I would at least. Say, son, look, I know you like her, but so you're saying I have a chance? Not really, Cal. Not really. Not in my personal subjective opinion. I mean, listen, different strokes, but personally, no, I don't think so. Beginner trader tales from beginner tales from beginner trading. Like Tales from the Crypt. You guys remember Tales from the Crypt? Old show. Most of y'all are probably too young to remember it. Market is completely. I'm honestly genuinely surprised the market is this choppy. Like, there's complete sideways action. It's completely sideways. Yeah, for sure. Episode 1 of Choppy Market Tales. Yeah, that's right. Hey, we do what we kind of do to entertain you guys. You're welcome. Market's starting to break back down again, coming back to the bottom of the range. But honestly, this is one of the most sideways opens I've seen in months, to be honest. Like, there's just no price action today. It's honestly probably starting to get consistent enough to where you could develop a strategy. And again, I have no idea if this would work, where you short the top and long the bottom. I'm sure a lot of people are doing that right now. The problem is just when you expect it to happen, the opposite happens. So just when you expect it to bounce, it's just going to dump down and destroy your trade. And so we'll see, but very choppy market. Tales from the chop side. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, for sure. They're all educational here and entertainment, Oh yeah, dude. I watched one a year or so ago, Cal, and it was just ridiculous. I used to be so scared of the narrator. So scared, dude. That turned that show on, I would freak out and run. So scared of the narrator. Now I watch it and I'm just kind of like, dude, I will punt that little guy across the room. SPY moving up over the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it actually holds. Yeah, Luck and Carol was smart enough to kind of recognize what was going on. I think generally people want to trust other people, but like I've had enough to where I don't trust people, and Carol has too, luckily. But yeah. All right, there's the break at the top of the range here. So the range just broke on the upside. Let's see if it holds. It's not really higher. It's not really high up enough for me to say that we're going to continue moving up, but it is a good sign for choppiness to end that we are breaking over the top of this range. So we're starting to. Again, we'll see if it holds, but it's starting to move. No, I used to watch the Sonic. I think it was Saturday morning. Sonic. I used to watch Sonic every Saturday morning. I remember that. Uh, Power Rangers were like a thing. I remember Power Rangers as a kid. As I got a little bit older, it was like Pokemon in like 5th grade, 4th grade. All right, so the NQ starting to pull back after breaking the top. And again, we'll see if it actually holds up here. You can see the range we drew. It's been staying in that range for a minute now. Dollar index started to bounce back with it. So there's almost a positive correlation right now between the S&P and the dollar index. Bobby's World, yeah, man, Bobby's World. Yeah, I always remember the intro to that show. It's the most early '90s. It's got to be the early '90s because there's like mullets involved. But it's one of the most early '90s intro shows ever. Bobby's World. Wrong ape, but that's okay. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Johnny Bravo. Yeah, I remember Johnny Bravo. Powder Puff Girls. Remember that too. Dexter's Lab. Rocket Power. Oh, dude, I was a big skateboarder, so I loved Rocket Power, man. Rocket Power was fun. All right, so we're starting to test the previous pre-market highs right now. So if you zoom out a little bit more, I'm going to put the regular E-mini up here. So we're starting to test the previous pre-market high at this point. So we're starting to test these levels up here. We'll see if we break them. But Saved by the Bell. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah, Nickelodeon. I remember them. All right, there's a run up. So we broke the highs here. We're starting to move up. Finally, kind of a delayed response to PPI inflation data coming in better than expected. Or kind of a delayed response. We're starting to move up a little bit. And yeah, we'll see if we actually hold now. Good. Tiffany Amber Thiessen. I don't know their names. Oh yeah, Scream. I watched the new Scream with my daughter recently, or not the new one, but the one from last year. So I watched that with my daughter recently, and she was in this. She was in it. Good. It was all right. It was a little bit like I know the original ones were supposed to be comedy, but it was more ironic comedy. This one was a little bit too comedic for me. Like I like the mix of like very subtle comedy in the original Screams, from the irony and stuff like that, and the parody of the other horror movies. But it was subtle enough to where it was still entertaining as just a base horror movie. I felt like the new ones, they made it a little bit too comedic to where it was just kind of obviously comedic, that it ruined it a little bit for me. But they were all right. Let's see if we actually hold this pullback. Yeah, yeah, I remember. Yeah, she was in Scream too. Salute your shorts, yeah. I remember the old one, My Brother and Me, which was it only had like one season. It was one of my favorite shows though, as a kid from Nickelodeon. Uh Trying to consolidate here. Let's see if we rebound. Well, the original Scream was comedy, but it was subtle and it was more parody comedy or like ironic comedy. It wasn't like just straight up making fun of. Like, it was making fun of itself, but in a very subtle way. Again, the new one was just a little. The comedy was too obvious. I am up currently on a choppy day. I am up about $125, $130. Pete and Pete. Yeah, I remember Pete. The Fed will rug pull us. Yeah, rug pull us. Yeah, the new Fed meeting is going to be early May, so it's going to be in uh, like about 2 to 3 weeks, 2.5 to 3 weeks is when the next Fed meeting is going to be, where they determine the next rate hike. We also have a lot of stuff coming up before then, though. So remember, tomorrow we have bank earnings and retail sales. Tomorrow we have bank earnings, retail sales. Next week we have Tesla and Netflix earnings, and then more economic data coming out. And then we just got earnings season starting up next week as well. So we got a lot of stuff happening in earnings, with economy data, with all that stuff going on. So we just got a lot of stuff happening this week and next week. So volumes should start to get back up a little bit. I'm still pretty surprised that that the market is looking like it is right now, because again, it's just been pretty flat with two big data releases today and yesterday. So maybe tomorrow's bank earnings will influence this a little bit more, but yeah. Legends of the Hidden Temple pawn. Yeah, or what was it? Guts? Is that what it's called? Guts? The game show? Yeah, Guts. I remember Guts, Legend of the Hidden Temple. Guys, market's starting to pump up a little bit. What's up, Tiny? Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Video arcade was it was fun. It's been so long since I see that one though. I vaguely remember it. I remember video games turned to life. Or no. I remember they competed playing video games, which as a kid was like the greatest thing ever. Dollar index has been slowly edging up. The interesting part of the market right now, though, guys, is here's the SPY right now. Here's the dollar index too. So the dollar index has had a positive correlation with the actual market, um, over the last couple minutes. And so here's the dollar index rising, and then you can see the SPY itself rising too. So they're kind of moving with each other right now to a certain extent. SPY ripping back up again, a delayed response to the PPI data. Yeah, I remember Courage. Courage was always kind of scary. Market is flying up right now, man. Look at this. It's going up so much that the chart can't even hold it. Apple pulling the market. All right, guys. We'll go ahead and run out of here. Y'all be safe in this market, man. Market's flying up a little bit. Again, we will be back tomorrow, bright and early. We got retail sales, bank earnings starting early tomorrow. Let me see. Earnings start tomorrow morning at let me figure out when they start. Earnings start tomorrow morning at 6:50. United Health at 5:55, but the big bank earnings start at 6:50 market time. So we will be back bright and early tomorrow morning. We do have retail sales data coming out tomorrow morning as well. So again, y'all be ready. Markets pump it up some. Again, if you want to trade Top Step, check out the link in the description. It's the cheapest barrier of entry in day trading, in my opinion, where they test your skill with the demo. If you can pass their testing, which is a reasonable test, there's a 2 to 3 profit to loss ratio. If you can hit it, pass both phases, they fund you 50 grand with a 90% split. And there's larger packages as well. Base one's less than 140. So cheap. And so if you lose, it's not the end of the world. But if you're good enough, you keep 90% of your profit once you are funded. So very useful. Check it out. Link is in the description. Check out Chart Prime as well. The trade I took right after the opening bell was based on Chart Prime. And so, yeah, pretty useful, guys. Check those links out. Love you all. Y'all be safe in this market. Y'all be good. Market's flying up today. And yeah, we'll see you guys later. Good luck. Y'all be good.